All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another fantastic day of some NA DPC action. It's MLP Dota and, of course, John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Another beautiful day of some NA Dota. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mike. We've got a lot of action lined up. We're winding down the tour now, so a lot of our positions are starting to get hammered in. You know, every single game is starting to count for more and more. And right now in NA, we've got quite the split between our top four and bottom four. And this is going to be a pretty interesting meetup, at least our first series of Bait versus DogChamp in that exact circumstance of top four versus bottom four. Kind of make or break for Bait. If they find a win, they break out of these tiebreaker situations. If not, could be a four-way tie for the bottom two, Mike.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty interesting day. And while they are the lower teams mostly playing here today, it does make for exciting matches purely based off what you just said. They are trying to fight their way out of that relegation area, that elimination stage. And that's not exactly where you want to be, though. I must admit, like, the first matchup's looking already, maybe a little bit one-sided, right? Like, you talked about DogChamp Bait. Like, it's going to be an interesting matchup because DogChamp, they have been looking rather strong at the moment, Jonathan. It's not going to be the easiest matchup, I don't think. I don't know. Bait, they could pull off a miracle here, but let's have a look at a recap of the previous day of NADPC. Of course, see exactly what happened because there was some exciting action there. Of course, Shopify versus Felt, John. Needless to say, spoiler alert in case you didn't watch it, Shopify Rebellion completely dominated. Anything to say about this one, Jonathan? Because it was quite memey, this series.
Yeah, the first game was just a bit of an absolute stomp. Again, I'm pretty surprised we found stuff to watch because it was Shopify running down. For the most part, the second game was where there was some action going. There was some spice going. I mean, you have a game where Saberlight picks Axe and it doesn't look like a bad hero. You know, that says a lot about hero because Axe is kind of dead. But the second game, when we see the second game, that's where things got funny. Because that's where we got, what was it? Artur's Safe Lane LC, if I recall right, unless I'm just completely wrong. But I do believe that was the pick we got there. And he had some brave plays. You know, that was the highlight for me. He stood in that wall.
Yeah.
And he fought those illusions.
Hopefully we'll get to see it. That was, of course, the second game, I believe it was. But, yeah, I mean, obviously, the first game, like you kind of said, it wasn't quite as interesting. I don't know if I could say it was because of the axe, but it wasn't. I mean, Saberlight obviously did an amazing job anyway, but it's just Shopify, right? Like they're just doing whatever the hell they want in this game, and as you see, the Immune eventually calling the GG call at 18.5 minutes. Saberlight finally having a fun hero for once. He doesn't have to play Beastmaster Doom, something like that. Game 2 was where things got pretty funny, right? RTZ obviously had his wall farming moment. I think this moment. It might be it. Have a look here. Jewel actually ends up working out in RTZ's favor. And then, of course, you had Fade come in. I believe he got a second one, if I'm not incorrect in saying so. And he did. Hidamune also going down. So this is a pretty...
here we are.
Yeah, here we are. The wall farming is what we were talking about. And RTZ literally ignores Fade. Let's Fly just run around trying to get this Dark Series. He's just farming creeps instead. This is... I mean, Fade got away, by the way. You can see him in the top corner. He was just TPing as RTZ completely ignores them and just farms instead.
That is the highlight of the entire series. I think that speaks for itself. It's art. Artur the artist is what we just witnessed there. This game was... I mean, there was a little bit more bite coming out from Felt in this one. They did manage to find more kills. They dragged the game out to 32 minutes, although... How much of that is down to Shopify kind of having fun with it, or how much of it was Felt actually forcing the issue? Up for debate, more than likely the former. And our second series, of course, was Nouns against Sand King Gomez. This one was all business from Nouns, right? We know what position they're in. They are in a really strong spot right now in the DPC, winning every series they've had. They haven't played Shopify Rebellion, but it's a good sign. They take pretty much 2 O's every single time as well. This one, no exception. They're not taking anything easy. They're taking every opponent seriously. These guys have something to prove on the side of Nouns, right? They've been denied this major spot multiple times, and now they just want to show consistent form. And we certainly saw that in the series up against Sand King Gomez. Sand King Gomez, for their part, I mean, they're playing with a sub. They had Jubei on. They didn't have Yanbura. Felt like that might have affected how certain things were planned or certain things were executed, but it looks rough for San King Gomez after a decent start, getting a pretty strong win up against Alpha, but not finding too much elsewhere.
They certainly do. SKG obviously having a bit of a rough run throughout the NA DPC Div 1. Obviously their first time here, so it's kind of to be expected, but certainly there were some, big words that were made by Umbura in our first interview with him during NA Div 1, and sadly those words have not come to pass. Nevertheless, though, Nouns obviously proving to be, a top 2 team in NA this tour, so not to be exactly unexpected here with SKG versus Nouns, and they gave it their best. I mean, even this team fight here, Leonidas, he didn't even bother trying to run. There was no Skadi on the TB. He might have actually had a chance at running there, but he just decides to man up instead. And I suppose it's kind of how the game works in some ways, right? Like there comes to some point in the game where if you feel like you can't just one-on-one, it's not going to work out anyway. And it's kind of the stage we got to where SKG were desperately just trying to defend high ground, but it just was not working out. And nevertheless, I mean, Nouns, I suppose, is the bigger news in this series, right? Like, yes, they won the expected matchup, but Nouns are still tied up for first place with Shopify Rebellion, as they are also undefeated. So that's going to be the matchup in a couple days from now, not quite today, but Nouns versus Shopify coming up in a couple days, and that's going to be hella exciting to see who's number 1 in the region.
I think that, again, that's determinant for number 1 in points, who gets better seeding coming out, who gets more of the lion's share of the prize pool. Of course, still taking a look at our leaderboards from those results. As you mentioned, now in Shopify Rebellion up in number 1, TSM trailing at number 3 along with Dogchamp, and there's our divide. Like, you can see that top 4, a few wins. Bottom 4, 1 win at most, and it's looking dire for a lot of these teams. We could have some spicy tiebreakers for the bottom spots if certain results come out, and that just means every single one of these games will count, Mike, especially today. A lot of our bottom 4 teams here facing up against some of the top 4 teams. It's going to be a rough go.
Well, at the very least, this three-way tiebreaker for 5th place right now is not going to exist anymore after today. So, there is a bit of a tie for the bottom spots at the moment. And like you said, John, there's a high chance of tiebreakers happening, as you are seeing the schedule here. Bait versus Dogchamp, Felt versus SKG coming up right after the initial series. And these series are very important. Like, you look at SKG, for example, like they're up against... I don't want to say one of the easier teams, but they're up against a team that's sitting at 8th place at the moment, right? So if you're SKG and you want to just hold your spot in Div 1, you need to win this match. There's no two ways about it. Because when you look at the matchups Felt has coming up, they've got Alpha and they've got Bait. Whereas SKG have got TSM. So if SKG can't beat Felt here, it's almost a guaranteed, relegation for themselves.
Yeah, like they're going to be sitting near in the bottom, potentially. Again, there's a potential for a tie still with Alpha and Bait, depending on how those results play out, but it's looking a little bit rough for them to get out on their own accord. So that second series is going to mean a lot for San King Gomez to not have to repeat that journey in Div 2, although, again, they look pretty good in that division. And of course, our first series, which we'll be taking a look at first, because it's first. Bait up against Dogchamp, which is that's how orders work, Mike. I didn't forget the basics of time here. Bait versus Dogchamp is gonna be fun. I think this is something that it should be a little bit more competitive. I think we've seen Bait show signs of life. I believe this tour, it feels like this is the best tour we've seen from individual performance of, say, Dendi. I think he's been the highlight of this team. It's looked sharp and sharper for him and the team as a whole. As a consequence of that, I just feel like sometimes it doesn't stick together. Granted, Bait right now, they're playing on ping. They're not quite in the same area, not quite within good range to play on our NA games due to circumstances, of course. But it does feel like certain things aren't lining up as well. I feel like maybe some of their support picks are a little bit awkward right now. They're not able to work it out as well. And it doesn't feel like the connections are being made to make some of these moves. But their laning phase is pretty damn good. That is one thing about Bait. Like, the first 15 minutes actually look amazing. Just past that point, it kind of shakes up a little.
Well, speaking of laning phase, John, another team that's doing very well at the moment in lanes is Dogchamp. These guys have been They've been pretty dominant as of late, I've got to say. DogChamp making improvements as every tour does go on, and you get a chance to look at the faces of these lovely boys. John, these guys, they are not to be messed with at the moment. They are looking pretty damn potent, sitting in 4th place. So, again, lots of improvements being made. Obviously, DogChamp, the favorites going into this matchup here against Bait. And I think Bait, like, they've got to be very cautious because this is a team that's easy to underestimate, but they do come, fighting. They do not back off very easily, these boys. And while they aren't the best team in NA by any stretch of the imagination, they are moving their way up the mountain very slowly but surely. And this is certainly the favorite against Bait. So Bait, obviously a lot to play for here. They are fighting to not be relegated out of Div 1. I can't say they've got themselves an easy team to go up against those. We are going to see some of the team comparisons here. See exactly what is different between these two teams. Not too much in terms of stats. I mean, at the very least, DogChamp has the lower average death ratio. Average kills actually higher for Bait. Average assists a little bit lower, but very, very similar stats here between these two teams. So again, I don't think it's going to be the most one-sided matchup. I think we could easily see this go to 3 games between these two teams, but I still do believe if you're looking at DogChamp, you are looking at the favorites.
Yeah, for sure. I think even though these stats do show that they're fairly similar, it's just that the way DogChamp has executed on these winning games have looked a little bit sharper. And again, they've got more wins under their belt overall, so they just feel sharper as well. Whereas from the games we've seen from Bait, again, there is still some lingering issues that come out. I don't think it's necessarily down to ping, although, again, that doesn't help the cause. But it's been a little bit rougher for Bait to coordinate going out to get these moves out past the 20-minute mark, it feels like, while their first 10 minutes do look great. And I'm curious to see how great those first 10 minutes are up against DogChamp. We've got our player comparison coming out as well. It's Funnick and our boy Speed here being compared up against each other. And overall, Speed stats have been looking a lot sharper. Just the GPM and XPM overall, again, down to the fact that if you're winning, your stats tend to be higher. But the fact that Funnick still has pretty decent stats, despite all these losses, it does be quite good. Like, from a numbers point of view, you've lost games, sure, but your stats aren't that far off the mark from someone who's been winning more. So it's not actually too bad of a sign for Funnick.
No, and that's the thing as well. I think this matchup is going to be a lot about the offlane. Like, I think Funnick's been very consistently good for Bait. Speed also has been consistently good this tour, and I don't know. I think at the very least for Bait, Funnick can be a huge game changer in a lot of their matches. Because some games, he just carries the game for the team. He tells Stonebank to take a seat. He'll tell Dendy to, go relax a little bit, and he'll just take care of it some games around. And I'm not sure if that's going to happen this series, but I think Funnick's going to be very important against a player like Speed to really show that he is the stronger offlane. And I mean, this is a living legend, right? This is Funnick that's been around since TI2, it feels like. And well, we'll see. I mean, Speed, he's a newer kid to the block, Jonathan. He's the young blood coming in from NA. When I say young, I don't know how old the guy is, but he looks young. And he might look young when he's 40, 50 years old, quite frankly. He looks like he's got those genetics still. We are going into a draft, I believe, so we can bring up Game 1's draft very soon between DogChamp and Bait. John, can I just say as well, before we have any picks being made, you saw the picture of Speed there. Are you telling me this guy wouldn't suit having a mullet? Like, if you had a mullet on Speed, right, and maybe you give him a trucker hat, you're telling me that wouldn't be like one of the best looking blokes you've ever seen?
Oh, stop turning everyone Australian. It doesn't work that way. No one enjoys this look, Mike. Well, to be fair, it is a common trucker look, I believe. That's the stereotype or the meme that you see in cartoons, right? You see a trucker character in a cartoon. They've got the cap, they've got the mullet. So maybe if Speed is considering, fair enough. Maybe if Speed's considering moving down there, he'll rock that haircut. But I don't think anyone wants to willingly live in Australia, Mike. So let's shove that pipe dream away as the draft is underway. Medusa being banned out by Bait, DogChamp taking out the Doom. Do we see Techie slide through? Probably yes, as I'm expecting maybe an Underlord ban, a Beastmaster ban from both sides. So someone's going to be able to play Techies. You have first pick on the side of Bait. I wouldn't be too shocked if they let the Techie slide through and DogChamp lets it slide through and Bait gets to pick up Techies. That just tends to be our opening right now, Mike. If not Techies, then maybe an early Spirit Breaker, but that's a little bit less common. Take out the Pangolier first.
It's interesting, right? Because you would think Spirit Breaker is the stronger hero right now, like at least in my experiences. But I guess Techies is like it's a little bit more versatile. Like it's weird to say Techies is more versatile than SB because it feels like SB can. But it feels like SB can be put in so many more positions. But I guess
it's not about like the positions. It's more like what it contributes. Because Spirit Breaker is this disruptive, constant aggressive, semi-control sort of hero that can just set up these fights for you across the map. Whereas Techies, it's lane dominance. It's a little bit of control, a lot of information, like the mines, and a lot of nuking damage. Like it's both. You get information and damage out of Techies purely by procs mines working the way they are. You break smokes that way. You get to plan your movement around. You can deny an area of the map. And you can make the game a bit of a slog. You've got some interesting things to do with the Techies. I am surprised. Dogchamp do ban it out. So they leave the Beastmaster, Bait pick it up. I am completely wrong. Finally, a few more teams are starting to ban out Techies.
Well, I think that's a deny pick as well from Bait, right? Because we know Speed loves playing the Beastmaster, and last time we had the interview with Speed, he did particularly tell us that you were, trying to make fun of me with the whole Drums of Slom thing, and Speed literally said this item is very broken, but there's a very particular way it has to be played. Otherwise, it's just complete trash. So he wasn't willing to share with us what the gameplay was that was necessary for Ags of Slom to work, in his opinion. He even tried to sell me the whole Game Loop subscription, Jonathan.
Yeah.
It's about to tell him off. Obviously, I do have a subscription to Speed. No need to tell me I need to sub. Thank you very much. There's a Dogchamp. They do go for the Bloodseeker Void pickup here. Red 2 looking very, very happy here with the Void, which, it is Void Spirit in 7.33C. I don't think any mid lane is unhappy playing this hero.
Yeah, it's the hero of mid right now. This is basically... It's always surprising as well because you can never first phase ban the Void Spirit, so someone's going to pick it up, and it doesn't really have unfavorable lane matchups. So it just feels good in almost every case. Maybe the Kunkka is one solution. That's probably the only solution I've seen, but then you're picking Kunkka, which is also not a very winning hero right now. So keen to see how Bait does respond. Dogchamp going for the Bloodseeker. It is a decent laner into the Beastmaster. Like, you don't care too much. You can regen through that lane by last hitting. If the boars do come out, you can just kind of try to chase them down. Use the Blood Right to zone out. So you're in a pretty good position with a Bloodseeker. You can also lane swap to offlane. We've seen a lot more offlane Bloodseekers start to pop out as well, depending on the matchup. So I don't mind that too much for Dogchamp. Bait, they go into the Ember Spirit. Again, a pretty decent lane against Void Spirit. Overall, Void Spirit does feel like it tends to win out a little bit more, just by virtue of having a physical shield and the fact that your Flame Guard, it doesn't melt, which is like a double-edged sword in the fact that you can keep clearing out the creep wave as Ember up against the Void Spirit. He doesn't have a way to nuke through that Flame Guard, but you also don't block any damage. You don't block any of the harass, whereas Void Spirit gets to block a lot of your own harass from the Ember.
10 seconds remaining.
He does. A few more pickups or rather ban-outs to come here between these two before we can see the drafts continue. I wonder what else is in store here for us. We have no SB ban as of yet. I'm sure that's coming though, to be fair. I can't imagine Spirit Breaker being left. I think I don't know. It feels too broken to know.
It's an interesting hero.
Why?
It's an interesting hero because I've started to see it lose.
Right.
It feels good. At the same time, it's like very specific. Like, your team has to cover for the shortcomings of having, like, say, a Spirit Breaker. You've got to have Team Fight come out from elsewhere. The Spirit Breaker can also feel bad when it doesn't hit certain item timings, right? Like, Ocarine feels pretty damn big for the hero. Ags feels pretty damn big for the hero. And if you're not allowed to kind of scale up that way, then your late game impact is also impacted.
Well, I think
it's a very strange hero. Because Spirit Breaker feels like a hero that wins you games when you're already winning. Like, it just makes you win harder. It snowballs really hard. But it doesn't necessarily set you up for that win, I think. It depends on the team, to be fair.
But I think it depends on the role as well. Because if it's support, I think... It's kind of weird, right? If it's a core, yeah, I agree that it needs to snowball. But if it's a support, I don't think it does need to do that. I think that support just does its job no matter what, without items. But I don't know. We'll see what the pro teams think. Like, neither of them have banned it out, so maybe I'm just completely wrong here, John. I mean, only one ban left for either side before we do get to see a bit more. Dogchamp for now focusing on position 1 ban outs, and Bait a bit of a mix here, banning out the Mag, banning out the Lich.
5 seconds remaining.
Of course, a reminder that, Bait is playing on some ping, which is, to be expected, John. They are quite literally in space, as you can see. Only Stoneman managed to be, I think, on Earth, John. I can't tell. He's maybe he's literally in space right now.
That's funny. There was a little bit of a chat in the lobby, and he mentioned the weather is bad, so he can't turn up the lights. The trick is, the funny thing is, his lights are always like this. So is the weather always bad? Is he in the control room of the spaceship of Bait?
No. I mean, what you're seeing is the weather. He's literally outside right now, and it's
just darkness.
It's just darkness all the time.
Just complete darkness. It failed to render, Mike. No RTX?
No, certainly not. Dogchamp, final ban out here. Having to think about it again, they've just been focusing on position 1s at the moment for Stonebank. Funnily enough, though, they haven't really banned the position 1s that you think of when you think of Stonebank. And there's a Stoneman ban out, the Skywrath Mage being removed. But you would think something like a Monkey King, for example, the Stoneman Special would come out. They have not banned it. A Dogchamp, instead, they're going to go for the Oracle pickup, which, I mean, this hero seems completely busted at the moment as a POS 5. Had the experiences, John. I'm a bit of an Oracle spammer myself, as you should know. And this hero feels amazing, even after the nerfs they had. It's. I mean, I would usually not say anything, John, because I'm enjoying playing this hero at the moment, but I can't believe the Frog decided to make Fate's Edict change the way it did. Like, it's actually insane to me.
I like it, because if you get a random Oracle in your team, he's never going to be able to completely grief you. Right. I think it's less about making the hero stronger and more about how do I make this hero not as annoying in pubs, less griefy. And they have made Oracle a little bit less griefy. So the fact that his old Ags is a shard as well, granted nerfed down, but still in there, the healing amp is huge. It just feels really good, especially with Tormentors in the game. So Oracle just got a massive buff off of that. Bait into the Silencer, that is one way to cut off the Oracle, as you almost never get the gold to get any sort of self-dispel. And now Bait also get to pick up the Batrider. Where are we laning these guys? Support Batrider, perhaps. We've seen that a couple of times. Have to say I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of support Bat. It doesn't feel as amazing. If you're running a support Bat here, Batrider Beastmaster lane? Perhaps. If they are flexing the Bat, you could still run a safe lane Ember, a mid Batrider, but that also doesn't sound fantastic.
I'm with you. I personally I'm not a big fan at all of this Bat support thing. Like, I had someone ask me yesterday about it on my own stream, like, do you want to play support Batrider? And I'm like, no, we're not doing that. It's I don't think it's the strongest support to have. Yeah, I mean, temporarily. I had a few games, man. I had a few games. It was not too big. You
streamed? When podcast?
I only had a couple hours. John, give me a break.
I see. Yeah, support Bat is a little bit... It's a strange one. And to pick Batrider into Oracle, granted, you have the Silencer to cover your bases. It's still a little bit less than ideal. Dogchamp to get into the Bounty Hunter. This could be our off lane for speed. This could also just be our support. Fairly open. Just have a lot of room to figure out what they want to get out. This allows them to snowball pretty hard. The Bounty Hunter plus Bloodseeker feels pretty damn good, because you can just kind of get tracks out if they're low enough, and you'll be able to keep that up for the most part. There's no self-dispel at all on Bait, so you will have a great time in just getting that info out for your team. I am very curious about where they will run it, though, like whether or not Speed wants to play it out in the off lane, or if they'll just run it on their support. I don't mind either way. I think the hero can fit in, just depending on what partner you want. I do feel like Moo's Bounty is pretty damn good, though.
It is. I like the Bounty Hunter against picks like the Silencer. Like, you want to take the Silencer hero out before the team fight starts, right? And you've got a Void Spirit who's perfect to do that. So Bounty Hunter scouts out the silencer, gets a mini stun off, and then Void Spirit just deletes him in a couple hits. I think it's a very snowbally draft here from Dogchamp, John. Like with the Bounty Hunter on top, it just kind of escalates everything. I'm wondering if Beta are going to have what it takes to kind of combat this style of draft, because you always kind of say this with a bounty on your team, but if you get off to a good laning start, if your position in the lanes is good, with a bounty on top of that and a draft like this that wants to fight early, it can really get out of control quite fast. And we'll see how Bait tries to combat it, but their own draft looks a lot slower right now. Like, sure, you can choose to get involved early and try to combat what Dogchamp are doing to you, but with Dogchamp's draft, like having an early Rupture, having the Void Spirit, on top of that, having the Bounty Hunter with the track, like once you hit that 12-13 minute mark, you can really start to ramp up the aggression. And I'm really unsure whether Beta are going to be able to combat this.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange with their own draft. I think they're kind of tied into big cooldowns, like your counterplay to Oracle. It's pretty much global silence if you don't manage to catch him in the back. Granted, you do have Hawks to provide you vision of where that Oracle might be camping. You do have the Ember who can jump in, Batrider down the line with his own blink and just focus down the Oracle first. So you have some solutions. I'm still curious whether or not they'll run something like Safe Lane Ember, a mid Batrider or some such, and last pick a support. Again, that also doesn't feel the best. They will go for that Monkey King you mentioned for Stonebank, so it does slide through. I just find this to be a very strange draft from Bait. Like, I'm just not sold. We talked about the shortcomings of the Batrider. It's strange. Venomancer comes out for Dogchamp. This is a hero that I'm also still not completely convinced about, but it's
you will be now.
Venomancer.
You will be convinced, Jonathan. He will convince you. How dare you say that before seeing Speeds picked up the Venomancer?
Yeah, that's hopefully he's not cosplaying as Cuckoo right now.
Well, hey,
I mean,
Cuckoo
to be
won
fair,
his last
Cuckoo's
game.
won. Yeah, on a pause 5 it won. Although even then, I've still been seeing Venomancers lose. Maybe it's just my bad luck, Mike. Maybe when I see Venomancer in matches that I cast across the globe, it just doesn't work because I'm watching. So hopefully that curse doesn't go on to Dogchamp. Overall, this does still play into the strength of Dogchamp's draft. Lots of tempo, no self-dispels on Bait. You will be very relevant for a lot of this game until BKBs come out at the least, or maybe a couple of Mantis, but it doesn't feel like you have natural Manta builders. So you should be able to run down. I am interested that Stomanen again is playing like very non-standard supports. I mean, he's one of the few guys who believed in the Skyrat Mage for a very long time. And now we have the treat of Stomanen Batrider. A Batrider and a Beastmaster lane. That can be pretty vicious. I'm curious to see how much DNM can get out, but he has an Oracle, so it shouldn't be too bad. Like on paper, that actually isn't that bad for the Bloodseeker. So I'm keen to see what both teams will try to do. I will lean towards Dogchamp's draft. I think it's just a lot more stable. I dislike the Venomancer less than I dislike the Batrider support, right?
It's funny too how the tables have turned, right? Because I used to be the one calling Venomancer trash every game, and I mean, right now I got to tell you, Veno feels really strong. We'll see. I don't know about this offlane Veno though. I'm a fan of support Veno. I don't know about offlane Veno at the moment, but we'll see what Speed's got up his sleeve. As we can head into game number 1 and see exactly how this game does turn out here between Dogchamp and, of course, the side of Bait. Very excited to see exactly what happens here in this game 1, as they might actually run into each other for a 5v5 team fight. Big wraparound here from Dogchamp. They're going to hold the high ground, and Beta running right towards them. Stonebank, he's the one up front. Moo's going to spot him out. The rest of the team, Dogchamp, turn around. What are you doing? Instead, they'll go after Lodine. I mean, they could have had Speed. Oh, excuse me, rather, they could have had Stonebank, but instead, Moose will be the one to take the kill to Stonebank. They don't really coordinate the first blood gold to go the way of a core. Nevertheless, though, I think it's, even on the pos for Bounty Hunter, like, having that initial goal to get your brown boots, it feels pretty nice.
It feels really nice to just have that little bonus coming out. Nice small pick-off for the side of Dogchamp to find. And that should allow you to escalate even faster. So I'm keen to see how much they can get done with this. And see how much that impacts them. Still scuffling over the runes just a little bit. Dogchamp will find everything.
Bloody 9.
Just basically winning right now.
Be able to pop the Fortune's End. Here's the thing as well, like you're against Batrider as an Oracle. Oracle loves this matchup. It's a very simple matchup here for the Oracle to play in. It's the sad reality is, if you're Bloody Nine, you can purge off everything but like Firefly, because Firefly is obviously not a DOT by any stretches. They are going to actually TP moves up to the top lane. There might be an early first, rather second blood to come, as they are looking at Lodine. Lodine, oh, he's been jumped again. The silence is a big trouble. Stominant is around to help out. Lodine, though, is still dropping, does go down, and now Moose is in danger. Moose, it's a Fairy Fire, and he has the Shadow Walk, but Stominant's got the dust ready. And that should be a secondary kill. Moose trying to run. Oh, he's got enough regen. The Tango provides enough. He'll be able to reset on the Bounty Hunter. And it does seem like they're running a tri-lane versus tri-lane matchup here for this top lane. Is Speed now going to get jumped here by Stonebank? A very nice gush and a very nice purge from Bloody Nine. The Stonebank now being targeted, but Moose, he moved a bit too far in. He's going to die for his troubles. Now Speed's in trouble as well. And he is gone. It's kind of the thing, like, I think they believe this Venomance is going to be strong in a tri-lane, which it is, but it's also going to be kind of weak. It's going to be very interesting to see if they can win this one out.
Yeah, this is a little bit strange. I mean, you can leave your Bloodseeker solo against Beastmaster, and you can just try to be aggressive in this Monkey King, but if this tri-lane fails, you're going to snowball pretty damn hard on Stonebank. Like, you won't get the support EXP that you'd really need on a Silencer and a Batrider for sure, but the farm you can get here, this could lead to some fast timings if you're not careful.
Bloody Nine, again going to be chased down here. Curse of Avernus is going to make sure he cannot... Oh, Curse of Avernus, excuse me. Arcane Curse is going to make sure he does not get away. We don't have an Abaddon in the game, so ignore what I said. But yeah, Stomin is doing a really good job of catching them out as well here, John. Like, just with the Flame Break, just constantly knocking them back in a position where they can actually focus them down.
Yeah.
And, so far, like, they're continuing to run the tri-lane top side, but it hasn't worked out so far for Dogchamp, I'll tell you.
They've lost some of that first blood momentum. There was all the bounty runes coming out. Perhaps that move is cursed. You get too much at the start, Mike. You know, it curses you. The game starts to tell you, all right, time to lose quite a fair bit because you guys got that too perfect a start with everything going your way on the map. I'm sure Bait will appreciate that curse going their way. Still taking a look at other lanes down mid. Dendi on the Ember, Red 2 on that Void Spirit. Again, this is a matchup we've seen multiple times. The Void Spirit still manages to pull up ahead. We've seen the one Ember counterplay being Max Flame Guard, so you start to do more damage without caring too much about not blocking. But that does cut off your aggression. So I like that Dendi is still going for the Sleight of Fist priority at level 3. Just to get his own farm going safely, get some safe right-click harass off as well. Rune control is a big important thing here for both sides. When it comes down to support rotations, it does feel easier for Dogchamp, but you're stuck in a tri-lane situation, so I don't even know if that's a factor, if you'll ever break the tri-lane for those runes.
Oh, Stonebank, bit of a chase top lane here for the Monkey King. Stonebank's been slowed up by the Gale. Blood Grenade there as well. He does go for a Boundless Strike, but in the end is not going to be able to survive through the Outslaw. So, Dogchamp now looking a little bit better, and the thing is as well, like with these levels to come up, Dogchamp does have the stronger tri-lane. Right, like, especially Oracle's level 3 timing, it is very painful to have to try and deal with.
It really is. They set their sights on DNM down bot.
DNM should be going down. They are TPing in heroes. In fact, DNM still running, but is not going to be able to make it out. Now, Bloody Nine going to be chased down as well on the Oracle. Moose is going to rotate, but Funnick is just going right after the Oracle. Bloody Nine, he's got a couple stick charges, but he will commit them, and they will be enough for now. He does escape, but they are unable to save DNM's life.
That's a big take for Bait. Nice streak coming out now for Stomin. He does have to be careful about losing that, but it doesn't feel like you can have a kill threat on the Batrider this early on. And they fully shift their gears here, dragging 2 supports down bot, but they'll TP moves back up. So that early momentum we were seeing from Dogchamp just kind of cut off. Again, Bait having some great counterplay, knowing where the lanes are weak when these rotations come in, and take advantage of it fully. Still up top, Lodine starting to drop low.
Yeah, he went way too close there, John. Lodine, I think he needs to be denied off here by Stonebank, and he's timed it well enough. Deny is there. Very nice from Stonebank, realizing he shouldn't chase any longer, but just go for the deny. Now he'll be the one to take the damage though, but it is a Venom offlane. Like, the thing is with Poison Sting, it's so annoying to play against.
It's a very frustrating spell. A frustrating passive to kind of deal with. You can easily spam out that kill as well against melee heroes. They find DNM again.
They do. This is before Funix hit level 6, by the way. He's just kept able to find kills with the ball slow and Stoneman just knocking them back constantly with the flame break. So, I mean, the Pos4 Batrider is doing some great work. There's been plenty of setups here by Stoneman. And DNM just not having the start he would like. I mean, they're going to have to focus more attention, I think, on trying to make his life a little bit easier. As now Dendi mid lane, speaking of life not being easy, is going to get jumped here by Red 2 and Moose. And is eventually going to die as Red is able to take him out. Stoneman should be able to find maybe a trade here onto Red 2. Oh, but not quite. Stuns are there from Moose. The race is on for the power rune, but Stoneman is forced to back off as Red does pick up the invis and immediately starts running up top.
Get that bounty rune as well, so fully reset now on the Void Spirit off the back for that kill. A pretty damn big kill as they find Stonebank now too.
That was just Bloody Nine, John. That was literally Bloody Nine on his own getting that kill. Stoneman underestimating the Purifying Flames damage, but Bloody Nine, he knew how strong he was. It's mid lane, Dendi again being caught out. He is still just level 5, one creep away. He just TP'd in. Oh no. Red 2's going to be 2 levels ahead of him.
Yeah, that's not the good start that you'd want. Stonebank forced to TP mid as well. Doesn't cancel it, so...
Oh, DNM.
At the least, he'll get a little bit of farm here.
Now, DNM got the Wisdom Rune here, John, but it looks like it's going to be the 3rd death of the game for him, and they do get him. I mean, Wisdom Runes are great, and we know Dogchamp loves securing those early 7-minute Wisdom Runes, but I don't know if it's worth his life.
Yeah, that's a big sacrifice. I do feel like it's still somewhat worthwhile to stall out the level 6 of a Silencer and a Batrider, but you have to be a bit careful. You can get away with it once. At least getting 2 of them kind of offsets that as they find Stonebank now mid, and he also just TP'd into mid. Oh, he's gonna walk to a lane. This is really... I don't know, this movement from mid is very weird, and we just talked about their strength in laning phase. These decisions are... forced is a word I'd use for this one. Just very forced right now.
I mean, Moose is doing a fantastic job of finding these pickoffs over and over again, like just setting up everything with that level 1 Shadow Walkers. Top lane, Lowdine's going to drop here to Bloody Nine once again, just completely solo, but that is the Oracle for you. At level 5, like, you deal so much damage as this hero. You know what? If Bloody Nine's listening, he should build a Phylactery right now. Build an Oracle Phylactery. Thank me later, Bloody Nine.
That's a build. That truly is a build. One of the builds of all time. You could afford to be fair. I think this is a game where you might not be under as much pressure for, say, the Pavis. There might be more justification for maybe something like a Glimmer Cape, but I wouldn't mind an offensive route to just maximize your early fighting advantage that you can have. Moose, he's scouting out for the stacks. He does spot the large cap, doesn't really see the Ancients with a sentry around.
Mid lane, he's got level 6. They're going to purge him up though. Dendi, oh, he's gone.
Oh god.
That was without Moose even stunning him initially. Oh boy. The thing is as well, John, Moose is about to hit level 6. Like, things are going to go crazy with track up if they continue finding pickoffs like this.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's just gonna ramp up. Like, again, very snowball with a bounty hunter. They at least find a bot tier 1, but Dogchamp can still fight here if they want to.
Yeah, Stoneman is the target. Moose might be able to get level 6 off this neck and turn on to Funnick. The Aurora is going to come out right onto the Oracle, but he has False Promise available. Bloody Nine's going to be just fine. He'll heal himself up. Now they do move Lowdine in as well as Stonebank, and they do pick off Moose. Bloody Nine able to TP away just in the nick of time. But they do survive bait. They will not lose Stoneman. They lose nobody, in fact. Moose does not get his level 6 that he wanted. And ultimately, bait, they end up winning out the team fight.
They managed to bait Dogchamp in. Dogchamp, again, that was their own forced movement coming out there. And the tower's already lost. They still try to force the issue and are punished. So you do get a little bit in return for bait. Red 2 still manages to grab a regen rune. Not going to be punished too hard for it either. So you're feeling good with his power rune control coming out on Dogchamp. You've got a pretty free lane for speed left alone up top. He has the Vanguard. He's going into the Veil. He's going to have a lot of output, especially with that Noxious Plague ready to be fired off in a wider team fight. So your timings are lining up for Dogchamp.
Well, there's no way he dies this time. There is no way. 3k advantage here for Dogchamp. Again, without the track being up, but now Moose does have track, so you can start to escalate it a little bit. That is if they can continue finding those big pickoffs here with the track gold. In addition, top lane, you are going to have Funnick trying to defend. Moose will spot him out now, and there's going to be an immediate smoke from Bait to run towards the top lane and make sure Funnick is going to be okay as Moose is still stalking him. Moose, I don't think wants to take this right now. He is sticking around. Wrong timing though from Moose. Literally half a second later, Stominan's there with the flame break and dust, and Moose is going to drop. How unfortunate.
It's starting to get really big with Stominan on Batrider. Like, we know he loves to play these supports that can just pretty much make solo plays, and the Batrider is one of those supports. Level 6 up, lasso ready, level 3 Firefly does a lot of damage, and a 4-kill streak. Like, this is pretty big. He is quite the launching point right now for the side of Bait. We can kind of utilize that well. Arcane Boots up to maintain that spell spam as well. For Dogchamp, they need to be a bit careful. We're at the point where Bait is clumping up as 4.
Yeah, nice lasso moves again being caught out on the bounty. Oh, this is rough. Like, he's died another time. He just respawned. They're just doing... Everywhere they go, they're finding moves on the bounty, and he's paying for all this.
It's just, again, Bait having this good read, this good clump up, great vision, constant dust coming out from Stominan, and they just managed to stop the snowball effect from Dogchamp. They're not able to find too much on the track just yet, despite having level 6 for maybe about a minute and a half or more now. And for Dogchamp, this is still space. DNM still farming. You're not losing too much by trading supports. You've got some stacks being built up here that Speed can get to work to or hand off to someone else. Although that is being scouted by our Hawk now. No sentry, no detection coming out here from the side of Dogchamp. And they haven't taken the Watcher on Dire Control, I believe. So, a little bit interesting.
It is.
Unless I'm bugged. That is Dire Control, right?
Dire are scanning.
Now you've got me confused, John.
I mean, it's red. I'd assume it's Dire Control.
Bottom lane. Stonebank. Jump in is there. They've held him down with the Aether Remnant, though the Wukong's command and Global Silence is going to keep Stonebank safe for now. Chase is still on. Nice Rupture is out. Stonebank almost killing himself off. Will survive on 50 HP. Completely calculated here by Stonebank. Would have been rather embarrassing had he died.
Yeah. On edge. Has managed to bail out in the nick of time. And they do have to expend Global Silence and Wukong's, as you mentioned. That those are pretty big cooldowns. We talked about Global Silence being the one thing to break out these big 5v5s. So you've got a lot of room to breathe now on your Oracle. They find Moose again under a sentry for the Wisdom Rune.
He does get it at least. Yeah. I think that's fine.
It is. It's just that you're kind of bleeding out a little bit in this Bounty Hunter. Again, you're not able to play off the tracks, but denying some of that EXP is still pretty damn big. You have to make use of this track soon, it does feel like, right? Like Red 2, he's got his Echo Saber up. He's going for the Manta that we tend to see. But just the Echo Saber alone feels like you should be able to find some track pickoffs. You do want to utilize this while you're strong. You've got a Venomancer with a full Veil up. That has to come into play. Travel's now ready on speed as well, so you can show up to these engagements. A lot of your stuff to bring you into this mid-game for Dogchamp is ready. They just need to find a fight. For the most part, Bait have been doing a good job of just not providing that opportunity, but Dogchamp might find it now with its smoke out.
There we go, we'll see. 70% win probability is what Dota Plus thinks here. That is in the favor of DogChamp, I mean. It's 3k advantage, not too big of a deal. Speed top of the net worth board on the Venomancer at the moment. Going for the Aura build basically with the Crimson Guard. Also got a Veil of Discord, which makes enough sense on a hero like Veno. Just so much value with the Veil. Twin Gates usage is there from Bait, so they escape the top side of the map and head down bottom instead. So sadly for DogChamp, nobody to pick off here at the top lane. Bait are just going to get vision around this bottom area and just farm this area of the map instead if they can. I mean, if you're DogChamp, it does feel like you want to fight while you're strong, and your cause is certainly much higher net worth right now than the cause of Bait. But it seems like they're just going to take their time and farm up instead. Maybe wait for DNM's BKB to be up before you go for a big fight, because he is being locked down quite a lot here by the disables of Bait. But once you have the BKB up, I think you're ready to go.
Yeah, you should be. It's a little bit concerning. I don't think the BKB bails you out from everything. Lasso Roar is still up. So you've already got spell immunity piercing or debuff immunity piercing spells that can cause some issues coming out here for the side of DogChamp if they're not careful. Still a little bit of a shove out from the side of DogChamp up top. Not the quickest process, as Speed is just taking care of mid. Not going to be able to fully siege, but I like this vision coming out from DogChamp. Just complete control up top, playing on the opposite side of where Bait wants to maintain control. And if they maintain control of that top area long enough, eventually this tier 2 can just fall. Especially if Bait just doesn't mount a response, although they will trade tier 2s for that.
Yeah, I think Bait's happy to do this because they realize they're behind. Just take the even trade. That's always a win for the team that is behind, and Bait will take it. Neither side really backing off though. They are still just kind of remaining in the same parts of the map, which makes enough sense. The Speed is again going for a Crimson Guard here, so you might also wait for that timing to be up before you get going, and he's almost got enough. The thing with the Venos, you can farm the jungle pretty darn fast with Plague Wards. Just farming multiple camps and just stacking them up consistently. You'll have enough for a full recipe for the Crimson Guard now, so you're going to have that up and available. And going back to DNM's BKB, like, even with the raw lasso, you can kind of rely on the false promise of Bloody Knight to cancel that off. So the BKB should be good enough for him for now. Maybe a Lincoln Sphere afterwards if he really wants to play defensively.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I fully expect him to start a fight soon though, because Beta's starting to knock on their tier 1 mid tower.
This'll come in handy.
Then he's going to pick up an Arcane Rune for himself, and well, now Bait might want to fight with that.
And they're grouping up mid. They've got that Overlord creep up. Granite Golden to make them a lot tankier, and just a free siege if they don't come into defend here.
It's gone down. T1 tower is gone. DogChamp still hanging around, but not looking 100% confident in their ability to take this fight. So it looks like Bait are the ones thinking about going in. Stomanen may be looking for a Blink Lasso attempt, but Speed does get himself out of range for that. Instead, he'll go to the north and go right up to Bloody Nine, who does go for the Fate's Edict, but the Roar is there to lock him down, and he is gone. Bloody Nine already going down. DogChamp will not want to fight without their +5 Oracle.
That vision was from the Watcher that was still lit, and the Hawk. So it does feel like they've just kind of let go of control in the triangle just a little bit more than they'd want to. You have to be always weary of that Hawk. That just, again, like we talked about in draft, this is how you find that backline. Take away the Oracle, take away the save, and then it just becomes really rough for DogChamp to try and look for the angles back in. And they're still doing a fine job farming, but Speed?
I mean, Dendy's getting chased down here at top lane as well. In fact, they're going for the fight back here. Dendy feeling like he's stronger. Global Silence is out. Remnants forward. Dendy, one more hit will get it, and he's got it. But now, Rupture being committed, so Dendy is going to find himself in danger. Bloodright going to lock him down, and he's got nowhere to go. For Dendy, though, I mean, he found Red 2 on his own. I think you could pretty much say that's a worthwhile kill here for the side of Bait.
For sure, it equalizes the game. For the side of Bait, the net worth lead you had on DogChamp just disappearing off the back of these fights. And it's Bait who actually runs into their momentum a lot better. than DogChamp. DogChamp, we just haven't seen. We haven't seen them group up around this track. We haven't seen them maximize the saving potential of False Promise here. They're just working the map, which is understandable. They still feel like they need to farm. But the clump up from Bait is starting to get really hard to deal with. I mean, you've got the blink up and Dominant. This is support. This is a support Bat Rider who's had a fantastic game. 5-0-5, no deaths and Dominant at all. Has had a lot of impact from the laning phase onward. DogChamp now finally grouping up for a smoke here.
But they are. Bait have already taken, or rather taking Roshan. They need to get their ASAP to try and counter this. As well, Bait seem to know that something is up because they have gotten out of the Roshan pit and instead just hung around the Lotus pool. DogChamp. It's time to move into the Roshan. We'll see some of its HP has been removed, so Bait is around here somewhere is what they should be telling themselves. It's very hard to fight though, like your smoke's about to run out, you're under Hawk vision to make matters worse, so I mean Bait already have the information as to where you're positioning at the moment if you are DogChamp, and they are wrapping around. But Bait, it seems like they want to take this fight. Roshan obviously a pretty big deal for either side. The DogChamp still look like they might be the stronger team in this fight, but they do not want to allow Roshan to go down, that's for sure. Bait now going to smoke up. They're going to try and force it. Question is, who can they find first? The answer might just be Speed, who shows himself with the Gale. They jump in immediately. Lasso's out. They've got the offlane Veno, and Speed is just dead. Beautiful start here from Bait. But the jumper is there onto Funnick, who does barely survive, going on to Moose with the Roar, but it's not going to be enough because Bloody Nine is right behind him, healing him up. Meanwhile, Speed, he brought back, he came back into the team fight, but he's on the front lines. He'll try to survive through it. Bloody Nine with the False Promise, keeping him alive, but Dendy is still chasing them down. Speed has died back, but the team fight is going in favor of DogChamp. So they are buying back down the side of Bait. Dendy is gone. He could buy back as well. Meanwhile, Stominant will buy, or rather die, and might buy back himself, as they are all biting back on the side of Bait. DNM getting locked down to the last second is going to go as Bait. I think it may have cost them, what, 3 buybacks? But they end up securing Roshan.
Yeah, it's a lot of commitment, but this objective should allow them to apply some pressure. They've got some angles to take down bot if they want to force high ground early. Probably just look for more outer towers before fully committing this way. And the side of DogChamp, I mean, they did buy back on Speed, but probably not the worst thing in the world. His respawn timer is pretty damn long because of that. But again, it's kind of downtime right now for the side of DogChamp. While Bait has the Aegis, they can just do what they want. Dendy has security now. And I like that Dendy's already going into the Kai Sanch. The stat resist is going to be pretty massive here up against the limited hold that you do have on DogChamp. And that is a concern that does not find an easy solution as the game goes on.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They've always got detection. These are some great sentries coming out from Bait. Like, they've always been able to spot out moves. They've always had really good game sense to pop these dusts. It feels like a really hard bounty hunter game. Not because there's any counters, it's just the game sense from Bait. They know what to do up against his bounty hunter.
But they do. I mean, DNM has not had a very free game for himself on this Bloodseeker. Just Moo, obviously, you kind of already mentioned it, but the bounty hunter has just not had a game either. A Bait still look like they could make a pretty big comeback here in this game one. 5, or rather 6k net worth behind, considering they had to commit so many buybacks for that Roshan. So trying to take advantage of this Aegis is going to be pretty big for Bait to try and make happen. I do not think you want to waste this Aegis away, considering how much you committed for it. Thing is DogChamp going to give them the opening to actually find some sort of use for the Aegis?
Doesn't feel like they will. Again, they've been kind of playing, for the most part, working the map, like spreading out a little bit more, not necessarily going aggressive. We've seen them take some aggressive smokes. The Roche was probably one of their best examples, which, again, it took massive commitment from Bait for them to actually win that out. So I don't think DogChamp changes their game plan. They have scaling into the late game. Granted, It's not like Bait doesn't have scaling. You literally have pretty much 4 cores in your lineup here. So you can also afford to take it slow, but it's not going as fast, the farm game here for Bait. And there's already some light pressure on a tier 3 top from Red 2.
Oh, nice lasso. Red 2, a little bit delayed on the reaction. Has a Manta, will pop it. The Simulator's there, and he actually avoided the global silence. Oh, boy. He's still going to get caught. It won't matter. But dissimulating while global silence was happening. So he did not get silenced by it. Regardless, though, he is still dead. And Bait, I think they can be pretty happy with themselves finding that mid-void spirit. The Red 2 was pretty deep into the base, going after that tier 3 tower of the Dire. But he does get punished quite effectively.
That's some good punish. It's a little bit costly having to go for your lasso and global silence, but more than likely you're not going to be seeking a fight anytime soon. Although this does give DogChamp an opportunity, knowing that global silence is down for a full minute. They could look to make a big teamfight play. I think that is where they shine. As long as your Oracle is not getting silenced up, you are free to just get that save going, you know, prolong these fights, get your Bloodseeker in a position where he can just stand and fight. Look at this build on DNM. He is... Okay, I like this. I like this Ags in this game because you've got the Oracle. You will always, at some point, you will always have a barrier. It is a pretty damn good barrier as well. So your EHP skyrockets and you don't have the best burst on Bait to take that down. It's not bad with Oracle around with False Promise.
It's going to be interesting. I wonder, does the Ags damage still do damage to you if you have Fate's Edict placed on you?
It should not, as magic damage. It should not self-damage.
Okay. I mean, that seems pretty busted considering it doesn't disarm you either now.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's a good game for the Bloodseeker Ags. It's going to do some work if we see it go to that point. They can bleed out that momentum, and Bait can just suppress them long enough that we might not see it. But they are actually slowing down a little bit on Bait as well. So chances are we will. I'm excited. You know, this is an Ags that everyone's memed about, but I've seen it work in one game. And I believe it will work in this game.
Thank you for that, John. I mean, you always like to share your views on the Bloodseeker Ags with us whenever it is a potential of coming out.
Just never tried a Radiance Ags Rush. That's really bad. I haven't tried it in this patch, but I've tried it like 5 times in the last patch. Did not work out well.
I imagine it didn't.
Probably still doesn't work.
I highly doubt it does.
I think I was trying to go for Radiance, Ags, and E-Blade with Spell Amp. I was just trying this.
That sounds really bad.
Oh, but me and my friends tried, Mike. We tried.
You did try.
That's the thing that matters. Yeah,
I'll give you
tried
props for that. Good on you, John. Goodness me.
High ground already under siege. Ancient Black Dragon on hand. Aegis is gone. But they're doing significant damage, and the wave clearing from DogChamp is a little bit awkward. They have to throw their heroes a lot more far forward to safely clear out a wave. To fastly clear out a wave, not quite safely.
Oh, jump in. Lasso is there. Global Silence is popped immediately and Speed's targeted, though. He's a tanky boy. They are just healing him up thanks to Bloody Knight being right behind him. And he doesn't even flinch. He won't even bother using False Promises. Now DNM moving in, takes out Stonebank. Lodi unable to TP away. Dendy gonna try and do the same moves. He can't get the stun off. But 2 going down. It was Stominant and Stonebank both dropping here for the side of DogChamp. And man, it's... You know, Stonebank, he just kind of TP'd in the middle of nowhere and got caught out. Pretty rough on the MK. And Bait trying to get aggressive, trying to go after that high ground. They do a lot of damage to the tier 3 tower, but I'm not sure it's worth the death of the Monkey King.
It's certainly not. I don't think you've done enough to really feel comfy there. One more shove will take it away, but... And you bought back a lot in the last fight. Aegis is gone, and you still don't find much off this follow-up fight. It's a lot of sacrifices they've made on Bait to not do much in the map. DogChamp's done a great job of dodging out the Aegis timing, taking a fight right after, and just getting this steady build-up. 9k up now. That Aegis timing for Bait, they couldn't even out-farm or try to reach parity with DogChamp. And they lose more map control. Mid-tier 2 gone, two lanes exposed for a potential high ground play. And your timings are just lining up. Like, you've got the full Guardian Greaves set to come out here on Bloody 9. So even the Global Silence play won't be able to hold back from getting these saves in the middle of these fights. Like, you are pretty much guaranteed to always get the use of False Promise unless they also commit the lasso on the Oracle, which you're not always going to find despite that vision game. Like, even jumping the Oracle, it's just tough. You've got the Lotus Orb on speed. So as long as these two heroes cover each other's back, get at least a save on one or the other, then you're kind of set to just, prolong these fights and take these sustained fights where Bloodseeker enjoys it as they drop low on HP, and he gets to heal up, and he gets to maximize the barrier. And for Bait, their lineup can still shine in 5v5s, but we just haven't seen them take a clean angle just yet.
Lodine. He'll get caught here. Moose giving the vision over. Moose will actually take the kill again here on the Bounty Hunter. Nevertheless, easy kill here on the Silencers. It seems like Bait, rather Dogchamp, are ready to maybe push in the bottom tier 1 tower at least. Bait don't look like they're in the worst position to try and fight. They did just pick up an Octarine core on Storminen, but they will want to wait for their Silencer to really get going. The tier 1 bottom tower does go down. So you'd rather not buy back on Lodine if you can avoid it. Problem is now they might go for the tier 2 tower, and now they might try to force a team fight as Stonebank setting up for a nice Wukong's command. He's going to find speed in it. Lasso is out immediately, but Bloody Nine's there. He's got the false promise once again, so Speed can fight back. Stonebank probably will still find the kill, but in the meantime, in the backside, Funnick was falling rather low. Speed finally going down eventually from Stonebank, but Stonebank's gone. Buyback is immediate from the Monkey King. I mean, the fact that Speed just stood there and manned up and actually survived for that long as the Venomancer, it's kind of ridiculous, but when nobody's focusing this Oracle, he's just not going to die. Not quick enough.
I like that Bait. They go for a smoke because of these buybacks, but I don't know if Dogchamp will give you that opportunity. They know that there's pressure here on Bait to try to make a play.
Moves. More stuff away. Lasso is there. DNM was rushing in for a fight. Will not bother anymore. He will back his way up. Sure, you got a couple for your trouble here as Bait, but it costs you a buyback on Stonebank, and that's just not going to feel good. It feels pretty bad as now they make the jump in on Lodine. Dendi also caught out by the root of the Fortune's End. Red 2 is still trying to chase for Stomminen. Stomminen does run his way out with the Firefly. He's going to be just fine. But now it really does start to feel like Bait are falling behind in this game, number 1. 14k advantage for the side of Dogchamp, and Stonebank, he's dying way too quickly.
It certainly is. Like, even with a BKB, it does feel like it's pretty awkward for you to just play with Wukongs. You don't have the best lockdown for the Wukongs. You've got Lasso and Chains, but not enough. Even the Roar as well. And you've got some good answers here from the side of Dogchamp with all these Dispels on hand. So it's easier said than done to try to catch these heroes out. Dogchamp, for their part, I mean, we're inching towards that point, 900 gold away until the Ags is up and running on DNM. I really want to see just how much DNM can do. Like, I'm wondering, right? Because of the way it's worded on the barrier, does it count when you should still top up your barrier even under False Promise, right? You're not healing yourself. So as long as you were, I don't know, like, you have to be max HP though. So if you're not max HP on False Promise, do you not gain the barrier?
That's a good question. I actually don't know the answer because, it's Aghanim Scepter Bloodseeker. Who the hell cares? Who builds this crap? Nobody.
Hey, I've seen it a couple of times. Well, once. And that was free from Roshan. I've seen it drop from Roshan. I forget where I was casting. Were we casting that together in NA?
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure it lost.
Blended together. But they got it from Roshan. Yeah, and you know what? I think it lost. Everything's important. I want to see it with False Promise. I want to see if you just get overheal if it counts your HP as full. Does your HP need to be full during False Promise for you to get the barrier? Because quite frankly, if you have False Promise and it counts your HP as just full that entire time because it's held in place, and you get your barrier, you actually, I don't think you die if you just False Promise at the start at full HP.
Well, he's got the eyes
If it
up
works
now.
that
but
way.
The problem is, John, they smoked up underneath the Hawk. So Bait, they are going to back off knowing that the smoke is happening here from Dogchamp. Stominen and Funnick are still down to the bottom side of the map. They're going to be the ones to try and maybe split push while they can and find a nice place to TP out, as Stominen is already gone. Funnick's the only one left down in the bot lane, but he's pretty far away. Like, I think he can comfortably start split pushing the lane and just TP out now. And he should be able to oh, he's getting a little bit greedy. Funnick. He's going to keep wrapping around. TP is available. It's been available this whole time, but he wants to play greedy, it seems. And Dogchamp, they must have just assumed he TP'd. So he's fine to just stick around and cut another creep wave, and he will do so. Red's not even turning around. Red just left the building. He's like, screw that guy. I'm going mid lane.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's just missing out on an opportunity for Dogchamp that also cuts off any aggression they can take on this last outer tower from the side of Bait. And for Bait's part, managing to shove up top, getting some small openings coming out here, or at least some form of map equalization, although not much. They haven't been able to make any moves on the tier 2s anytime recently. And despite that creep cut, he did have double siege creeps here for Dogchamp, so still managed to clear out the last outer tower. Only the high ground left for Bait. That's a pretty precarious position. You can play with a Wukong's command pretty nicely up there. You can look for these lasso pullbacks on the defense. So you have some good options. You get the Tormentor though on Dogchamp's side, so the Shadow Walk on allies. Shadow Walk on Bloodseeker sounds fun. Free Shadow Blade for this guy to just run around. That's it's a lot, and it's a pretty decent save. Although, again, for the most part, we've seen Bait be very disciplined with detection here.
Well, let's see what happens here from Dogchamp. They are approaching the dire high ground. 37 minutes into the game. Aegis up on Red 2, so he'll move in first. Keep in mind, Red 2 has a lot of damage right now with the Daedalus up. He's already hitting for about 400 per right click, let alone when the Daedalus crits for him. It seems like for now, Dogchamp playing it very, very slowly, just letting the Void Spirit do all the hard work. Place the Lincolns on him as well to make sure that they can't just jump in with the lasso or the roar. But Bloody Nine, he's just played such a perfect game on the Oracle. Like, if you can't catch this guy, there's just no point, as Stominen was trying to jump in for a lasso, but realizes the Lincolns was there. Red 2 just being healed up here by Bloody Nine. There's no way to get him. Red 2's got an Aegis, he's got a Lincoln Sphere up, and he's got an Oracle behind him. Like, what the hell are you meant to do about this guy?
You just can't do much. Again, you're creep cutting here on Funnick, so backdoor protection is up. Not gonna be able to just commit and clear out these objectives. The moves does start to track Funnick a bit. Forces a BKB and a roar. That's pretty massive.
Nice. And Funnick's still going to be happy about the fact that he's made sure. Oh, I say he made sure they didn't push, but they did. Red 2 still gets it. And now they can head to mid lane. So now you know BKB Aurora is down for Funnick. It's almost going to start feeling like a 4v5 without the Beastmaster spells being available. Red will dissimulate to find his way out. But again, you have the free reset of Bloody Nine here. Like Red did end up... Oh, nice lasso. He TPs with Envision. Red, he's going to lose the Aegis. That's the first life down. Keep in mind the rest of his team is around him here to try and help him out. Red 2, he only had, I think, 15-20 seconds left on the Aegis anyway. So it's not really the biggest deal in the world. I think the most annoying thing is he committed his TP and it got cancelled off.
Yeah. He's not going to be able to just look for an opportunity to go around the map a little bit, but not the worst thing in the world. And the side of Bait, again, it's a little bit awkward. Like, they've been playing under the Hawk Vision really well. They've been preventing these wider engagements from breaking out from the side of Dogchamp. Moose, though, has been finding these pick-off opportunities.
Oh, Stonebank, it's kind of hard for him to get out now. And look at the damage from Red.
Yeesh.
Just one astral step took out 3/4 of his HP. That is ridiculous. D&M trying to rush in for a nice rupture, not going to find the one he wanted. But I mean, you're 90 seconds without Stonebank. If Dogchamp realizes he hasn't got buyback, it's the easiest megas of their life.
They've got the angle up. The waves are in a pretty good position. Funnick's not going to be able to cut off middle.
Oh boy. That's his TP gone, so now Moose can just stalk him the whole time. And they know the Beastmaster is not there, so they're going to go for the high ground push. As Moose is still just stalking Funnick. Raw committed again from Funnick. He roared the bounty because he couldn't get away. So now no Raw available for this team fight for the second time in a row. They're going to smoke up, but there's no initiation apart from Stominant now. And there's still 45 seconds without the Monkey King. Jump in, Lasso is there, but you've got Bloody Nine with the false promise. He's not going to allow it. D&M now rushing in. They will find Dendi as well. This game won. I mean, I'm not going to say it's over yet, John, but it sure as hell looks over. Without the MK Pos 1, it's like, how the hell do you defend this? The answer is you probably just can't. So Megas are incoming. Red 2. Gonna go right in after Lowline in the fountain. So he does get chained up. He won't find the kill, but he sure as hell does a lot of damage. Has even the Ags up now. They do continue fighting. Dendi's made the jump in to try and get something done for his team, but it's all too late. He'll Remnant back in, Remnant back out, and he is gonna survive. It's funny, he will jump in with a Raw now onto the Bloodseeker, but do they actually have the damage? D&M, he'll just run out with the BKB. It's only Bloody Nine to go down so far. This Red 2 is going to jump back in after Dendi, finds the Ember. And Bait, I don't know if they can keep fighting this. They are going to try. But Funnick's in danger. D&M maybe going a bit too far with the Blood Mist, may end up killing himself here. But does get away. His Red 2's doing all the work. Triple kill for the Void Spirit. And that's it. GG is called. Bait is close at one stage of the game here for the side of Bait, but ultimately they weren't able to maintain that position. And I mean, Dogchamp still proving to be the better team, at least in game one.
Yeah, they certainly do prove that. Bait had some shining moments. There were times where they managed to punish Dogchamp for kind of taking it easy, right? Like they were very split up across the map. They weren't looking for these big fights. When they would go for the smokes, it would always be under Hawk Vision. The side of Bait was very disciplined with the sentries and the dust. But overall, it was just not enough. It felt a little bit harder for Bait to kind of get a grasp in this game. They didn't have Roche control as much as they'd want. And the side of Dogchamp just execute on top. Like they come out with this game plan to have these really dominant laners that scale up. Like the aura build-up on speed was a great way to stay relevant on the Venomancer. Granted, you're not the highest strength gain, so Crimson Guard actually doesn't block much, but you enable the rest of your team to still play.
Yeah.
And again, you had this caveat with playing against Oracle. Like you picked Batrider into Oracle. Sure, Global Silence to cover, but you had Guardian Greaves at some point. It just becomes near impossible to stop a false promise.
It does become near impossible. We're going to see some highlights here of game one, but I do kind of question the Batrider pickup against the Oracle. Like maybe the idea is the Bait could kind of make him decide when to false promise because he had a Raw and a Lasso to worry about as Bloody Nine, but he just didn't seem like he was ever in that position where he had to decide. Especially because Fate's Edict is so strong now, you could just spam Purifying Flames and just heal him up. This Oracle pick was just too much to deal with for Bait. Like, Bloody Nine really felt like he had just so much impact this game on this Oracle, and it's one of those things. Like maybe Bait messed up a couple times, which they certainly did, but at the end of the day, had they not maybe picked up the Batrider or not given the Oracle away, it could have been different. The thing is as well though, like you look at Stominant's performance on the Batrider, he was doing a really good job. I don't think Stominant in any sense was the problem of the team here on the side of Bait, but yeah, I mean maybe his life could have been a bit easier with another hero, but then again, I still just don't think it was his fault that this game went the way it did.
No, definitely not. Stominant did everything he had to do on the support bat. He crushed the lane. They maintained a tri lane. They made it pretty awkward for Dogchamp to start. They would coordinate very well with these Lassos plus Global Silence, understanding that's really their window to pick off the backline. and they try their darndest to find Bloody Nine in the back. It's just sometimes, you don't have Hawk Vision everywhere. So there are a lot of times where you just don't find the angle in. It's also rather curious. For DogChamp, it didn't feel like... It's not saying that you didn't have a good game on DNM, but it didn't even feel like they needed DNM for a few of these engagements, right? Like, the Ags build-up, it was nice to farm with. The overheal was coming through, but never in a big team fight. And that is concerning for Bait. This is a safe laner who went Ags, and he didn't even have to use the Ags all too often for Dog to kind of take over here.
I mean, let's be honest, John. The Ags did literally nothing, as per always.
Yeah.
I literally saw it do 0 damage. So there you go. The DNM, he obviously memeing maybe a little bit with the Aghanim Scepter builders. We are going to hand over the MVP. And of course, Jonathan, it is your boy Speed that gets the MVP here on the Venomancer. This guy was just annoying the whole game. Like, he was farming up a lot. He dominated the lane. You can't underestimate how annoying those Plague Wards are in the middle of a team fight, giving vision. And I realized you and I didn't really show off much about how those Plague Wards were being placed, but he was providing a lot of info for the team and being a real nuisance overall. And then there was that big 1v1 matchup between him and Stonebank with the False Promise, where, I mean, to be fair, he did have False Promise, and it was mostly Bloody Nine doing all the work. But cores get all the fame, Jonathan, not the supports. Screw the supports.
Yeah, I mean, again, he crushed this lane. I think that was the big one, and he managed to scale up. He hit these item beats very fast on the Venomancer. There's just no clear solution, especially in that lane for the side of Bait. So I'm curious to see what they change in game 2. I think, again, a few funky things in draft, picking the Bat Rider into Oracle, which still worked out for the most part, but as the game goes on, it just becomes harder and harder to have impact, especially as a support. I'd like to see what else they pick up for Stominan, and maybe if the weather lets up and he's out of a black hole here.
Hopefully, we'll see. As we are going to head off to a short break, but right after that break, we're going to be back with Game 2 between DogChamp and, of course, Bait. We'll see you then. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between DogChamp and, of course, the side of Bait. And it is MLP Dota and Jonix Fire once again joining you for game number 2. Jonathan, game 1 wasn't too one-sided of an affair up until you got past maybe the 20-minute mark here. Bait, look, I was confident when I saw the Stonebank Monkey King come out, John, but I've got to admit there was quite a few uncalled for deaths, to say the least, here for the MK. I don't know. What do you think Bait need to change up? Because I can't say it was a drafting issue on their hand. I thought their draft was, all right, maybe a bit questionable, choosing Batrider into Oracle. I agree with you on that point. But, apart from that, it didn't look that bad.
I'd agree with you. I think that draft was actually pretty solid, maybe just lacking additional control outside of these big team fight spells. Like your consistent control was really chains for the most part. Then Lasso is an ultimate, Global Silence is an ultimate, Roar is an ultimate, so it felt a little bit harder maybe to play up tempo. Really relying a lot on the Global Silence. I think that was my one issue, that for you to take these fights, you had the Global Silence to ensure this Oracle wouldn't get the save. And down the line, Bloody Nine just got Guardian Greaves anyway, so he doesn't care. He has a self-dispel, he can save anyone if the Global Silence is up, counteracting the Lasso. Like, it was just a very specific combination that Bait had to pull off over and over again, which was just hard to maintain once certain items were up and running.
I mean, it's obviously Bloody Nine, like, smart choice from his part to just rush the Guardian Greaves, like you've already mentioned, and obviously a little bit sad that he didn't go for the based Phylactery build that I've been praising on Oracle for such a long time now. No pros listening to me, John, but I'm telling you right now, in a month or two, it's going to be a thing. Thompson's going to rejoin a team for TI. They're going to try and qualify for TI, and I guarantee this core Oracle is going to come out. Or I've heard, Anna has been playing pubs. Maybe Anna wants to play POS 1 Oracle. You never know. That fade, what was it, the attack delay time you can reduce now with Oracle? With
Ags. Yeah.
You're telling me that's not a POS 1, Jonathan?
Reduction. I mean, to be fair, I believe Oracle's BAT is among the highest, the lowest, so
he's
a fair point. You make a fair point. You know what? After this series, I'm going to go into demo mode. I'm going to build an Oracle with 6 Moon Shards and see how great that is with the Ags. I will give it a shot, Mike. That is an idea. Not a build, but it's an idea. Bait, they start off with the Bloodseeker in their end. We do see the Doom Beastmaster being banned out by DogChamp. Bait banning out the Dusa and the Storm, and we do get the Techies up and running for DogChamp, so it's been left, so there you go. Techies does come out. Big surprise.
I'm pretty surprised that they allow Bloody Nine to have that, if not Moose, but this hero, like you've been rambling on and on about it, like just the versatility with Techies right now is ridiculous, like even beyond ridiculous, quite frankly.
Yeah.
I'll be quite honest with you, John, like Bait choose the POS 1 Bloodseeker first up. Maybe it's a POS 3 Bloodseeker, maybe it's a mid Bloodseeker, but I don't think Bloodseeker is the reason why DogChamp won that game, as Bait are going to go into the Batrider as well. So now you have this cute Rupture Lasso combo if you want to run that, but you get my point. Like, I don't know if Bloodseeker is really worth the first pick here for Bait.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I don't feel like it's the best here at first pick. To be fair, it does feel like Bloodseeker can go up against a lot of core matchups, no problem. Range cores are its biggest issue, but even then, it's somewhat manageable depending on what the rest of your team can do. I will say here for Bait, it's likely now that they ban out something like the Oracle. And then, if they do that, I would just look at something like, say, the Abaddon. No one ever bans Abaddon. And that hero is bonkers. If you can run it as a core, like, say, offlane Abaddon, if you can kind of get that going, it's kind of ridiculous what you can do with Abaddon. Like, he is probably the most insane hero right now from the universal type that can go Wraith Band Bracer. Because you hit level 4, you go 0-2-2. Wraith Band Bracer should be up around that point, or at least maybe the Wraith Band, one of them. Plus the Circlet. You just run a hero down. You will actually always just be able to run a hero down and get your Curse of Avernus off. Like, it is insane.
It's insane. It is.
I'm wondering if they...
See if they want to.
Right now they're banning out the core matchups that Batrider hates. That the Bloodseeker hates, sorry. So it's fair enough. I don't know if you're even concerned about the Batrider, considering that Stominen could just play it
5
once more
seconds remaining.
for Dogchamp. So they could just kind of wait and see how Bait unfolds their draft. As you know, the Flex Batrider does mean overinvestment onto a counter to it can be a little bit awkward. At the same time, I don't think it's that hard of a investment to dig into even an Oracle if they don't ban it on Bait. Just because Oracle is just really strong, as we saw, and for the reasons you mentioned as well. I actually agree with you. I don't think the Phylactery is a bad build, although I still appreciate the early Pavis coming out there from Bloody Nine. It did help out quite a bit, but you know what? Phylactery, let's do it.
10 seconds remaining.
Obviously, I'm memeing when I say Phylactery. I mean,
No.
I want to say
Mike.
it, but
No memes. I want to see it. Do you think I've been memeing about Bloodseeker? No, I was serious.
we know you're serious. Don't you worry about that. You know what though? Oracle does fit again. Like if Bloody Nine feels like it again against Batrider and Bloodseeker, like you get a lot of value out of this, out of Oracle. Like Fate's Edict just disarms Bloodseeker for 5 straight seconds. Like what the hell is he gonna do for that 5 seconds? Just literally standing there doing nothing. It's a pretty rough affair. What is it, John? It is bad.
But if you had Ags, you'd still do damage. Haha.
Yeah, you do damage to my brain, John, having to watch that crap. It's that's about all the damage you're dealing with that, Ags, I'll tell you. Damage to your bank account, maybe.
We don't need a Bloodseeker Axe to do damage to your brain. Mike sitting here with me already does that, I'm sure.
Oh, it does. You're not wrong on that, Jonathan. Well done. You've said the first right thing today.
They ban out the Oracle, so we're not going to have that fun. Abaddon, though, Dogchamp. Abaddon, or if you want to go really into harder support, Shadow Demon perhaps is actually a really good solution. Quite frankly, it's a pretty good hero here. Save from Batrider. You've got the Dispel on hand down the line. You can kind of purge up the Bloodseeker as well, and he's trying to chase people. So it feels pretty good. They'll go with the Lich instead. And this is a clever solution to something like the Bloodseeker. Maybe not the Batrider as much, but Bloodseeker is a physical output hero. Frost Armor just kind of makes that painful. You don't have a Dispel on hand from Bait. Nothing like, say, I mean, you could fit it in. Something like Enchantress just to enchant the Frost Armor away, but how high of a value pick that is, considering that you might be flexing this Batrider in support, it could leave a lot of gaps for you to kind of play around this kind of support duo of Inch plus Batrider potentially coming out here.
Yeah. Oh, we saw Funnick play plus 3-inch the other day, so it could happen. I don't think it's necessarily a very good pick, though. Like, considering it's not like a stompy game for Bait and they lost game 1, I don't really think you necessarily want to risk playing a plus 3-inch here. It can be very, very hit or miss. Though again, Funnick did have a pretty darn good time last time we saw it, but you know, I don't think it's that easy, really. Like, especially against a team that's proving to just be better right now. The plus 3-inch can just turn into a nothing style of hero where it just literally does nothing. Bait. Third pickup, they are thinking quite heavily about it. Only 25 seconds reserve time left for this draft of theirs. They're going to go right into the TA route. So revealing maybe the mid hero for Dendi quite early could still be the safe lane hero for Stonebank. So I guess it's flexible in that sense that there are 2 lanes that it could be in right now. But it still feels very early to pick this up.
Yeah, it really is. I'm wondering if that means I don't mind a TA versus Void Spirit. I think that matchup's still all right actually for a TA. Granted, it takes like level 3 for you to feel pretty stable there, and you will have to try to melt through Resonant Pulse, which can be a little bit annoying in the laning phase. So it shouldn't be completely unplayable for a Void Spirit, but again, you're going to be harassed out, especially if you do manage to go for a Psyblade's Meld. I think you can punish a Void Spirit pretty well. The Refraction, again, is probably your gun for there. The Rubik pickup by Bait, there's some pretty decent spells to steal. I think Lich spells here are all amazing. Even something like, say, the Sinister Gaze on Rubik feels amazing with your added cast range. So I think it's a pretty solid game. You've got the lift back. You've got some good aggression coming out. They go back to the Venomancer for Dogchamp, which does give a couple of solutions. Now you have a DOT to melt through Refraction. You still have that momentum that Speed can provide, and he speeds through, chugging down a little bit there. That was a really fast Gulp speed. The Vision game as well, you mentioned from the wards, is there. So I do see the value of the Venomancer here. I'm just wondering whether or not they picked this specifically to lane into TA, because again, for bait, there's a lot of flex still left. You can kind of throw the Bat Rider into a core. You can run the mid TA. You can run it safe lane. You can run the off lane Bloodseeker here. It's pretty open.
Certainly is. Final bans to come from both sides before we do see these drafts completed.
Wildcard Gaming's turn to ban.
SP going to be banned out here by Dogchamp. Fair enough. Don't want to have to deal with that if you can avoid it. Bait, this draft just looks really... I don't want to say weird, John, but it looks really weird. Like, they don't really have the best lockdown at all here in this draft. I mean, you've got Bat Rider Rubik as what appears to be your supports. It doesn't incite very much confidence in me seeing those two as supports here on the other side of bait. Then you've got like this like, what's this Bloodseeker doing in this game? Is it a pos one for Stonebank? Like, are we still yet to see a Funnick offlane come out? Is that what we're waiting on?
It could be an offlane Bloodseeker, but
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know. I don't know about that one. Like, Bloodseeker plus Bat Rider lane is awkward, to say the least. It's not the most synergistic, although it can work. It's a very funky lane to think about for Blood Raging Bat Rider for more magical damage. I don't think that's the play, no. But it's some synergy, I guess.
I guess so, John.
Dire team pick.
Okay,
something.
There you go.
Darkseid. I mean, okay.
So,
go on.
Den DTA mid, which again against Void Spirit is probably a matchup that's not too bad. Darkseer Bat Rider, I suppose that's a combination. You run in with Firefly, with Iron Shell, you can melt down the safe lane, and you don't care for the Frost Armor as much. Right? It's all going to be magical, so the added durability you get isn't as big of an issue. I love this solution from Dogchamp, though. Into the Magnus, you've got the Skewer back. You'll always save that for these circumstances where you're being jumped, and as long as you don't Skewer back the Bat Rider with you, you're pretty fine. And Magnus has been a pretty damn strong hero. Universal type, lots of output, can feel really good scaling up into the late game. So I like this coming out from Dogchamp. I think this is a very well stitched together draft for bait. It's different. We don't tend to see TA too often. Again, matchup against Void Spirit. It sounds like a solution, but Void Spirit just tends to overwhelm a lot of matchups anyway. So I'm keen to see how much Dendi can bring out there. I'm just rather curious as how well you can fight. Who do you connect with here? Because we know for a fact that Darkseer tends to wait for farm until the auras are up, until you get something like your Blink up, or even your Ags up for the normal punch. Who is the Bat Rider and Rubik supposed to connect to? Is your Bloodseeker going to play a little bit faster? Just Maelstrom and run around, Maelstrom BKB? Even that needs some initial farm. Your TA certainly needs a lot of farm. Like Dragonlance, Desolator, you have good Roche, but I just don't know where the momentum comes in, like in the mid game. I think laning-wise, Bat Rider Darkseer is a pretty great idea. So I do want to see how much they can get out there, especially if the Magnus can't skewer away. So you have some things going for you on bait, but it can be a little bit hard to pull off.
I'm very curious to see how this one goes. I mean, game number 2, obviously, bait have their backs against the wall, and Dogchamp looking to take this series 2-0, one game ahead so far. So we can head into game number 2 and see exactly what's going to go down here between these two teams. And yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I have zero faith in this draft of bait, but who am I to say that, right, John? It's up to bait to show us exactly what they can do. We'll get to see very, very soon, I'm sure. As they are going to smoke up as 5, run right towards bait here on the bottom side of the map. Though there is going to be a smoke break by Stonebank. We'll see Bloody 9, but he's not reacting very quickly. Maybe setting up for a big team fight. The Blood Right is going to be there, but a nice Aether Remnant going to lock him down. Stonebank is dropping so low, but a Surge is skilled up. It won't matter, though. Moose got the final right click in. Oh, it's such a bad start. Lodine's also going to go down.
To battle.
And now you've got level 1 Surge on Funny.
Yeah, that is not good. There is no justification for that. You don't even get the save.
Oh, at least they got red too.
Yes.
That's good. I mean, it's still like such a win for DogChamp. It's not even close to being fair here for Bait.
No.
The
This
battle
is
begins.
awkward, to say the least, for Bait. They will at least trade even on bounty, so we're not seeing that outrageous start we saw from DogChamp last time, getting like the 4 for 0 on the bounty start. So you do have a little bit more, but man, 2 kills off the bat for DogChamp. You're feeling great. You know, you just set yourself up for a good time. Taking a look up top where Stominen was maybe looking to run down a creep wave, but does miss the timing on that. Maybe looking to run down the second wave, but again, Bloody Nine's keeping an eye out. He can slow you down with the Frost Blast. You can't get as far away down the line. The output from Stominen is good, but Bloody Nine's doing a good job of just zoning, leaving DNM to a 1v1 lane up against a Darkseer with Surge. There is no threat here.
No, no threat at all. But it'll surely get level 2 soon. I think Stominen has to give the solo XP away because Funny's just not going to have a lane without those Iron Shoals coming up. Smeagol, did you realize like DogChamp has 4 Universal Heroes
Yes, sir.
in their draft?
Isn't that great?
Kind of insane, but I guess that is the strength of these heroes right now. They are pretty damn stupid. So silly how much damage they do deal.
Yeah, they do a lot. I mean, to be fair, I think Venomancer is one of the lowest scaling universal types. Like, he literally doesn't care for more right-click damage. So I don't know if that even counts in Venomancer, but literally everyone else does enjoy it massively. And I suppose a Veno with Triple Branch, Magic Wand still does a decent amount of right clicks along with a Poison Sting, so it is oppressive to deal with for Bait, as we are seeing down bot with Lodine and Stonebank moves.
Oh, nice blast off.
It.
He does. Lodine still going to survive though, so Moose now the one in a little bit of danger. But the thing is, when you've got a Venomancer who just gales the position 1, like a Bloodseeker can't do anything if he gets galed up. Like the 50% slow is way too high for him. So Moose easily walks away and just continues this crazy amount of harassment. Lodine is trying his absolute best to trade with him, but it's just so funny to watch heroes not being able to trade with techies. Because that is just literally the case. Is Moose going to step back for a moment, Stonebank in huge trouble, and is going to get denied. Nice deny by Lodine.
There's a little bit of a reset coming out there for Stonebank. They do waste a lot of mana on the side of DogChamp to try to get that done. So that's a lot of resources being expended here from DogChamp by Bait, and you don't really find anything in exchange. Good snipe as well from Stominen, who has that forward ward up top to constantly play around that area, give that solo EXP up to Funnick. And to be fair, Funnick hits level 3. So now he can just cut the creep wave, play with the Iron Shell, get what he needs out of this lane. Again, you're not going to be applying pressure on DNM though. And he is up there in the CS. Every single lane in terms of creeps right now is heavily in the favor of DogChamp, at least.
Bit of a fight there, top lane of the Lotus pool. Stominen dropping pretty low, trying to abuse the Firefly, but it is level 1, and it's not like he had an Iron Shell on top of him to really get that damage escalating. Funnick, though, now seeing how low they are, can just go for a bit of a dive himself. Bloody Nine going to try and load us up to try and survive through this, and now they might even turn this one. Funnick needs to be very careful. They've got the gaze up, but no, DNM, maybe he's going to go down. Funnick, though, is the one to drop. So, I mean, if Funnick, he gets the Lich kill first, but it's not really worth his own life. As now, bottom lane, Moose at least does drop here, so Bait finding a pretty nice kill on the other side of the map here for Stonebank. Already, it just feels like all the kills are really just going in the favor of DogChamp.
And one thing you're getting here on Bait is with these really low lanes, you are getting a lot of presence out from Stonebank. So you can threaten to kill while you're low there on DNM. He's likely to just always get low with all of this damage coming out from the side of Bait speed.
Woo. Speed is, I mean, he's surviving for now. Lodine the one to go down. But eventually, Speed eats the Lotus. Stominen, in the meantime, does go down. Speed should get hit by the blood right now. He's fine. Stonebank's the one to drop.
Oh,
Boy. That's rough.
our boy Speed. He's showing us a broken hero right now, Mike. I was a non-believer. But Speed, 2 games in a row, proving me wrong. He makes it look... I mean, it is supposed to be amazing in lane, but not this amazing. This is just insanity coming out from Speed.
I mean, all he needs now is a Midas, right? And then we truly have a broken hero.
Don't tempt him, Mike. Don't tempt him. If he could hear you right now, like, that's a great idea, Mike. No. None of that.
I mean, all lanes going pretty favorably right now for the side of Dogchamp. Like, you do have Dendi doing quite well in the mid lane as the TA, top of the CS board, but he is the saving grace right now for Bait. And as I say that, I hope I haven't jinxed him, John, because Red 2 is doing a lot of damage. But Dendi able to pop that refraction and walk the hell out of there. And like I said, Dendi is the real saving grace for his team at the moment, as the mid lane is the only one that's really won out.
Yeah, and again, it's to be expected. You're not winning out in a major way though on the TA, which is concerning, although they could find a kill now. No,
They
level
could.
6 is up.
They will not.
A little bit unfortunate in the timing, but at the least this will secure the 6-minute rune coming out here. So at the least you'll get a top up for Dendi.
Oh, Bunny, Skewer is out. DNM, he was locked on the cliff for a moment, but not for too long. You do have Surge available. Problem is Bloody Nine's looking for the gaze and is going to get it. Funnick, not knowing where to go now, is going to drop. And Funnick, he was waiting to get within the fog, so the gaze couldn't connect, but Bloody Nine got him right on the edge of that. As bottom lane now, the jump is in once again for Stonebank, but he's going to survive.
That's it's so weird because you're getting constantly low up top for DNM, but it's not enough for Stonebank to feel comfy down bot when he's sped up in the Bloodseeker. Like, you still have a lot of damage coming out from Speed and Moose. You can't afford to be too close to the creep wave, as that leads to pretty good Gale angles. Lowdine.
They are dropping very low down to that bottom lane, but Stonebank is running like a race car at the moment. Just so much thirst movement speed being provided here for Stonebank, so he's feeling rather safe with himself. But Dogchamp, they're just going to hang around this bottom lane. Like, Speed's just finding so much XP and farm on the Veno as well. And the thing is, even with this TA farming really well, like, you are against a Veno. So it's... the refraction is not going to last very long, as Speed is going to get jumped now bottom lane. They should have their way with him. Speed trying to get out. Does land a Gale. Trying to go back after Lowdine, but ultimately cannot do it. Meanwhile, Stonebank now getting very low thanks to Moose, but Bloody Nine is forced to TP in to help Moose survive Sominan's Firefly damage. They will even pop a Blood Right once again. Make sure the chase cannot continue. And so everyone on the side of Bait is going to be just fine. Dogchamp, oh, I say that, Lowdine. Going to be dived now by DNM. So it will be a bit of a trade here, but certainly in the favor of Bait.
Yeah, they've managed to finally punish the Venomancer. Speed actually switches lanes. Heads up top now to hold that lane steady, which I suppose it's fair. You're not going to care too much about Iron Shell. You've always got your wards to drop. You need some sort of EXP right now on Speed. And DNM can afford to play elsewhere, although he does TP back up top. Red 2 nails it.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to fight over the power rune. Sadly for Stominant, he tried to run away at the last moment and got caught by an Aether Remnant, so not only did he lose the rune for Dendi, but he also lost his life, which I'm sure Dendi was pretty unhappy about. So DNM, top lane. They won't be unhappy if they find this kill. Nice vacuum from Funnick. RP committed by DNM, does land on 3, but they've got the lift back into the Blood Right. DNM still trying, blast off. Oh, it's there, but it's not enough. Lowdine still finds the kill, but they're gonna lose Stonebank anyway. Moves, setting up a perfect fight for his team. Sure, you still lose out, I think, on Dogchamp losing DNM first, but the fact that they found Stonebank as a trade to DNM, it's not too bad.
Yeah, it's not. It's actually pretty all right. You're happy enough with his trade. You're forcing a lot of movement out from Bait up top, freeing up other lanes. Again, giving Speed a room he wants, the room he needs to just get this farm, get this push going down bot, get the solo XP going. The one thing that you are kind of leaving alone is Dendi. As you mentioned, this is the ray of hope right now for Bait. He's had the best laning result out of all of his team's lanes. He has this ride into the Dragonlance lined up pretty smoothly. And that pressure is still applying up top.
Yeah, Bloody Nine going to be chased down here. Bait now with the double Iron Shoals. Just going to stick onto the Lich, and once the Frost Shield is gone... Oh, hold on a minute. Red 2, he's rotated again. Bloody Nine. It's going to end up gazing Funnick to ensure that they can't chase down Red 2, but Red's got some help. DNM's here. He's still got a step charge as well, so Red's not really in too much danger. Unless he messes up, he should be just fine. And Stominen's the one to go down. They feed even more kills back the way of Dogchamp. Not the greatest of news here if you are Bait.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary to give DNM this much. He's 5.2k net worth, a good 1k above any next hero. He's already got the Wraith Band Bracer. I like this earlier stat build-up to just sustain the lane. We should see the Mask of Madness into Echo Saber build-up, into probably the Satanic as well, to full disassembly. And he's just set to have a smooth ride. No one to contest him. They are trying to make moves onto speed again with a wall.
They are. Last stop is there. Moves landing perfectly. Funnick just surely cannot survive this onslaught, as he might have to be denied off again, but Lodine can't quite get there. Speaking of Lodine, he's also going to drop. Moose picking up a killing spree here on the techies. Stonebank at least might be able to trade. And looks like he will eventually. But Speed's going to go for a man fight now. Gale does land. He's got the Veil of Discord as well, but they can't keep chasing. Stonebank still proving to be a little bit too fast.
Oh man, everything lines up. Even the dig from Bloody Nine gives him a bounty. So what more could you ask for? Like that's just RNG's favoring you there. Even though you do lose your techies, like you're getting this aggression on the lanes. Again, you're not losing speed. He gets to live true. He gets to get this farm. Universal type Venom. Okay, I underestimated how much this does, but Veil of Discord build plus Bracer, he does 97 damage. That's wild. That's not maybe bad. A bit too much.
Yeah, maybe I mean, for a Venomancer at level 8, almost hitting 100 per right click is pretty insane considering, you know, all the poison damage he has. As Lodine feels like dying, so he's going to jump into Speed and Bloody Nine, and he's going to get Chain Frosted to death.
Doesn't really do much to stall out this push onto the tier 1. Dogchamp should just be able to find it, equalize the map a little bit. They have managed to get some space out for Funnick up top. So this is buying room for your Darkseer to build up. Vanguard already up for Funnick. Wonder if he goes Aura early down mid.
Oh, mid lane, Dendi. He thought he could take advantage of a double damage rune, but he's going down to Moose as Funnick has shown up. Bloody Nine's literally just going to walk away from these... oh, hold on a minute. Nice little surge on the illusion, but the Aether Remnant is going to catch it. So even Bloody Nine going to be fine to just casually walk out. Bait, they are still hanging around, maybe looking for a bit of a snipe, but they'll get some wards down and that'll be about it. This is the thing, like, this is why I kind of scoffed at the Darkseer when it was picked up. It just doesn't really feel like it does anything. Up until you get some more levels up and maybe some more items, but this hero, when you're playing from behind, it really does feel quite bad.
It does. It soaks up a lot of space as well, because it can farm so fast, but it needs to farm, so it will take that space. Like right now, they've dedicated this entire top lane just to Funnick, which is probably where Stonebank would rather play, or even Dendi, right on the TA. Kind of just wants room to farm. They don't have it. Still, yeah, I mean, you're not too bad for Bait in terms of your core farm. It's the only outlier is really DNM. So otherwise, you're maintaining pretty good farm parity across the board. They're trying to get a smoke play out here.
Why not? Top lane, DNM, he's a big target. He's the biggest one they could ask for. Stominen's trying to look for a lasso, not able to get there in time. The Aether Remnant off the mark as well. DNM pops the RP. Speed shows up as well. Stominen now the one trying to run and should be okay to do so. But they cannot pick off DNM. I mean, had Speed not showed up, they would have certainly kept going, but with the Veno around, with all the damage he can dish out, it's just too much to deal with. Meanwhile, Moose gets away with taking the Wisdom Rune, just TPing in that little tree line on the left side, and they could not find him.
Yeah. And they're kind of getting the space they'd want in Dogchamp as well. Sure, it costs an RP, It doesn't feel like you're looking for a big team fight just yet anyway. On a side of Dogchamp waiting for some item build-ups. So you're perfectly fine. Just stalling out that, getting some space. Mid is being shoved quite well by Dendi. This is something the TA can excel at. And you're one part away from the full Deso. For Bait's end, once that Deso is up, they need to try to get control on the side of Roche where it will spend most of its time in, like when you decide to take a Roche on. So maybe find a pick off into that Roche. That's still something TA really excels at. You've got the blink up now for Stomanen. And this is a much better Batrider game in the sense that there are no hard dispels on hand. So you should always be able to get control. We need to see Stomanen's Batrider shine once more, get these angles in, isolate certain heroes, and get the cleanup crew going so Bait can start to reel in a lead for themselves. They're not too far behind, but this is the kind of lineup that does want to be ahead.
Speed's hanging around mid lane. 4 heroes from Bait are here. They're going to try and make the play with the Surge out and the Blink Dagger. They've got speed on the Venomancer. That's a nice pick off for Bait. Mind you, it does cost them 4 heroes to make that happen. But they do get away with it.
Yeah. You're more than happy again. That's the Blink reveal of Stomanen paying off quite nicely. So you get that surprise factor out of the way on a pretty juicy target. Stonebank?
Uh-oh. Yeah, I mean, Stonebank's just being dived into the tier 2 tower. Lowdyne, stolen Chainfrost, actually bouncing through the neutral creeps and might go back towards Moose. But Moose...
Oh, wait, what?
Oh, Moose! He's gonna find a trade. Meanwhile, Dendi ends up dying. DNM kills him off in the mid lane. So nothing really working out. Like, you got a techie's kill, but you gave away 3 heroes for that across. And now Dogchamp, they're just into the mid T1 tower. They're just freest tower of their life. Nothing to stop them. And may I just point your attention towards the farm of DNM as well, John? Like, he is well and truly ahead. This TA is not keeping up.
It's not. It's really not. Again, in the context of every other hero, you're kind of doing fine on Bait. It's just this outlier in DNM is going to make things hellish. Full Harpoon up, disassembly play on the Morbid Mask, into the BKB. That's when this Magnus starts to become a massive menace. And the pickoff game is just consistent with that Harpoon. So you've always got some good tempo to play with on Dogchamp speed. Sitting back, farming. He is trying to go for a Heaven's Halberd here, which is a really good play. Disarming TA, it's going to be really awkward for Dendi to do anything. Disarming Stonebank is pretty big as well. So you've got your answers lining up on Dogchamp. And again, for Bait, we just haven't been able to see that connection. Funnick is working towards the full pipe buildup, so damage mitigation on Magic can be on hand, and they are smoked here on red too.
Well, that's a big pickoff. That's a big pickoff. If they can get it, red in trouble is going to drop. I mean, they threw everything but the kitchen sink at the guy to make sure that happened, but definitely a worthwhile pickoff for Bait.
Yeah, it's a nice one. That's the kind of kills they need, right? Just keep playing around this Blink Lasso. Keep punishing when you see someone isolated on a map pretty far forward. The issue is, once you pop that, instead of Dogchamp, they can look to make their own play.
Speed, he's doing a lot of damage just with these spells being thrown out. Stonebank losing over half his HP, but Speed obviously needs to get out once he gets ruptured. Bloody Nine gonna show up. Chainfrost is actually gonna be committed, but unlucky bounces here from Bloody Nine as DNM also shows up. Maybe they can't find Stonebank, but they can pick off Lowdyne. Problem is now Dendi's here. Bloody Nine still trying to survive. Even Salves up there for a moment as DNM with a nice Harpoon skewer play now onto Dendi. Burn through all the refraction charges. Red 2 is around as well, but I'm not sure if they can really try and go for this. They're going to try, and with the RP out, never mind, they can. Stomanen also being slowed up now, in massive trouble. He is gone. 3 for 1. The Lich is the only one to drop. And Dogchamp still proving to just be the significantly better team here in this game too. As they now take a 6k advantage in this game. And they just don't appear to be slowing down anytime soon. In fact, they're going for Roshan.
That is not what you want to see if you're Bait. Like, this is where their lineup should shine. Going for the Roche off the pickoff, but they get punished, sticking around. And Dogchamp just disassembled them in their formation up top. Losing Roche with a TA lineup, that is not good. Granted, first Roche maybe doesn't give you as much, but it's still important to maintain control on this objective. Bait scanned it out. They might try to force something out, but this is going pretty fast.
They're trying to get there. Like pretty close. Surge is out. Oh, they're a second too late. They're going to drop the wall anyway and try to go for the fight. DNM, he got cancelled mid-skewer. It won't matter though. Funix, the one in pretty big danger as he is just dead. Meanwhile, Lowdyne on the right side is getting caught out here by Speed, trying to run his way away, but Speed still chasing him down, handing over the vision, but they cannot catch him. Nevertheless, they got the Roshan, they got the Aegis, and they even got Funnick. And there was just literally zero that Bait could do about it.
They just didn't have an answer. The movement very forced out. They were way too far to run into the Roshan. They did have a good read on it, getting the scan off and having that idea, but the timing just doesn't line up because they lost that last fight. They still got the blink ready against Dominant. The lasso is set to go, but Tier 1 tower does fall and they can't re-engage. And Dogchamp, they're hitting these big timings now. Like you've got, again, the Harpoon fully up for DNM. It's got 1.9k in the bank. Could be saving for the blink, and they'll smoke up here. Stonebank.
Not Stonebank. The thing is with the Bloodseeker, like, he's got a BKB up, but he never gets it off.
No.
He does now, but it's too late. There's DNM. A perfect RP.
God.
Onto 2. It's just... It's a clinic, John. This game is just a clinic from Dogchamp.
It is. Like, the skewer back RP angle from DNM. The smoke engagement on that, forcing out the rupture onto Red 2, who just gets spacing to stand still in that pool. And now they can just go for tier 2s. Looks like they're looking for a little bit more if they can find anything, but they're not going to be able to find Dendi. Really the big target they'd want to pin down further, but even as TA, now you're clearly behind on every core. It's not farm parity outside of just the Magnus now. Now it's just no farm parity at all. Maybe you're closer to Red 2, sure, it's not a significant gap between the Void Spirit and the TA, but it's more than enough to make you feel uncomfy. TA is supposed to hyperfarm. TA is supposed to get the space, supposed to have at least an item or a component advantage over some of the cores. Not there at all for Dendi in this game.
There's nothing happening right for Bait this game, that's for sure. You kind of said it earlier, like Dendi was kind of the saving grace for the team with the farm he was getting. Oh, mid lane. Smoke is broken. Moose is thinking about jumping in. He's going to juke out Stonebank. Red 2's going to hang out as well. Moose is actually just running away. They rupture him up finally. And he's just running away. Well, he's alive. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me?
Got forced out.
He should die now. Here we go. Moose, no, he's fine. Moose is alive.
God.
Stonebank's the one running. Oh, and Harpoon is out from DNM. Drags him right into his loving arms.
Oh no.
That is
when
depressing.
The BKB fades. That nothing's lining up. They'd have to commit so much to try to find this techies. They don't. The one good thing was that they got Prox Mines, but Lowdyne immediately swaps it for the Empower. Maybe that can be nice on a TA, but felt like at this point, you would have kept the Prox Mines and just tried to stall out this push. Age is still up for 2 minutes. Full Satanic up for DNM. It's got so much damage, so much HP to play with. Even without moves around, you don't mind. You can just keep shoving.
They're going to back off a little bit, Dogchamp. They're not going to overextend. We know this team plays it a lot safer than other teams in NA, that's for sure. And you can't blame them. This is a team that's just trying to play clean Dota every single time. And I think when you're a team that's just progressively getting better, that's the way to play it anyway. Just always focus on playing clean. It's dominant. Nice lasso. Has found DNM. Mind you, he does have an Aegis up for another 49 seconds. So chances are he's not going to die. He also has an 8-second BKB and a brand new Satanic. So, along with the Aegis, I highly doubt the lasso would have actually ended up in a big kill.
No, it's a little bit optimistic. Maybe if you clumped up all your damage, you can commit almost every single spell you have. You probably could, but that's 1 life. 2 lives is it doesn't feel feasible at this point in the game. We'll see what Bait has. They can kind of hold high ground pretty well. There's always the threat of the lasso back, as we've seen. A big back wall coming out that can kind of cause issues for DogChamp. So they earn the side of caution, as you mentioned. Just wanted to play some clean Dota, but they are using the space well. Like, they're farming all across the map. They're getting their item scaling going. They're maintaining this lead in a pretty phenomenal way. Full Halberd up for speed now. Manta style up for red too, so he's not under as much threat from certain dispels, from certain spells on hand. He'll have a Linken's up as well to prevent this lasso play, to prevent the rupture play. You're gonna have a lot of solutions from DogChamp and just no clear answers from Bait. This draft just doesn't execute well from behind. Like, there is still an item timing they can fall back to down the line. Say the Blink plus Ags up on Funnick, but right now that's just a pipe dream. He's just working towards durability, working towards aura, and even that's not fully done yet on our Darkseer.
There you go, Lasso being committed here. They've got Moose once again, but we've seen this one before. Moose, he's got a full Crimson Guard, so he's actually pretty damn tanky. There's now Ingo's speed, a big slow out. They've caught Dendi once again on the TA. The refraction is not going to last. Ingo's the spread of the Noxious Plague, but everyone has managed to get themselves out of this one. So DogChamp, I'm not sure if they actually want to keep going, but they do have the RP, BKB, and Satanic still available on DNM, and it looks like he does want to play. So they will go after the T3 top tower. Not going to take them too long with Red 2's damage. No top racks. I mean, it's just... It's just not going to last throughout this onslaught. Just the thing as well, like, you have the looming threat of DNM whenever the hell he wants. One opportunity where you're just caught out of position and suddenly you're just going to get RP'd to death. Dendi does end up buying out a Nullifier in the meantime on the TA, but he's left himself with no buyback gold. So it's kind of an all-in play here from Bait, realizing that they are pretty much at the cusp of this game ending. Dominant looking for a lasso, is going to find one, but a nice gaze out from Bloody Nine. Immediately just putting a stop to all that Dominant was trying to do. The Stomac did move in. Lowdown also moves into this team fight, but nobody is dying. Nobody's going down. And DogChamp, I mean, it's 4v5. They might want to reset and play it safe. And I think they will, but they could also just choose to go Megas.
Yeah. There's nothing stopping them. There's still this threat of back wall. Ooh.
Oh, there it is. Dendi, he's got no buyback. He just bought the Nullifier. And it looks like he is as good as gone. It's going to be very hard to defend without your TA. I mean, he is the highest net worth on the side of Bait.
Yeah, it's really awkward now for the side of Bait. It's not comfy to go for that defense. They dropped the back wall as well. It's your big teamfight counterplay. Not there. Lasso in 15. Maybe you can go for a lasso back off the fountain.
Nice skewer from Lowline for a moment. Problem was the RP's there anyway. DNM almost gets skewered into the fountain,
Moose?
but then he just skewers right back out as Moose goes a little bit deep, but he's still fine. Not for long though. He is dead.
They call?
Yeah, I mean, what else are you going to do? Megas are up. You're too far behind. DogChamp just proving to be a significantly better team here in 2 or 3. And, you know, you got to give props to these boys. I mean, they've just been, I keep saying it, but these guys are getting better and better as time goes on. And they've proven once again that they are still improving. As we take down Bait here, 2-0. Happy faces here on the side of DogChamp. And for Bait, sadly, of course, another loss here, John. It's been a rough 2 or 3 for themselves here for the year of 2023. And I mean, they still, I believe, have an opportunity to bounce back. In fact, I'm having a look at the schedule now. There is still 1 game left for Bait against Felt, but ultimately, you know, even if you win that series, you're still probably in the danger zone as Bait.
It's still the danger zone, but they have a chance to pull up depending on how Sand Gomez and Alpha kind of go in their own series. So there's always a chance to kind of be ahead or at least force tiebreakers to be out of relegation. We have seen Bait in this position before where somehow things line up in their favor and they get to stay in Div 1. So we'll see down the line. But for DogChamp, again, very clean game coming out. They had a strong idea in what they wanted to do in the draft once more. They managed to leverage the Venomancer really well. Like they used its laning presence so damn well. They played this aggression quite nicely with Venomancer techies. Just felt oppressive for Stonebank to play into. And for Bait, I mean, I appreciate that they believe the Batrider support. We see some shining moments for Stominen. He does manage to, work his way into the Blink and try to do these plays, but I feel like you sacrifice too much in your lane. And they pick Batrider with the Darkseer, which theoretically does something together. Like Firefly, Iron Shell. Even that didn't really stop DNM. They were the ones getting owned in that lane, with all the great plays coming out from DNM and from Bloody Nine to just punish any overextensions. And it just never got off to that running start. I think if the execution of the lanes went out better for Bait, then it could have been a much more drawn out game, maybe even going in Bait's favor if they got the momentum, but it just doesn't come to pass.
No, it certainly doesn't. I mean, DogChamp again, this team is looking stronger and stronger. And I mean, for Bait, obviously it hasn't been the best tour for them, but is certainly I'm sure to them what feels like a lackluster performance here from their end of things. It's just nothing really worked out in their favor. And these series are just so important in terms of not getting regulated out of Division 1 if you are Bait, especially with their scoreline at the moment. Like, they are not looking too healthy. Well, sadly, again, with another loss here underneath the belts of Bait, they are going to be desperate for their final victories in the next series that they do have. DogChamp, though, moving their way steadily up. I believe that actually ties them up with TSM because they're both 4-2 now in terms of scoreline. And I'm sure we're about to have a look at the standings in any moment. But they are moving their way up. Like they're contesting for the third place spot between them and TSM. So we are going to see the scoreboard here at the end of the game first before we get into that. John, we do have to hand an MVP over, and I believe we're going to give it to DNM this time around.
Yeah, he played a fantastic Magnus. When you have a scoreline of nothing but ones, it's pretty damn good. Like, I don't think I've ever seen that in our history of casting, like for 5 years. 11-1, 11, 1-1-1, 1-1. Like, that's fantastic. Very well played to DNM. Of course, he executed very nicely on the mag. He worked this lane really well up against what could be a strong Darkseer lane combination. Like, Darkseer, Batrider does sound oppressive, and it didn't feel oppressive at all for DNM. He had some really great skewer backs, some really great skewer backs into RPs. Like, this guy just knows his Magnus. DNM's always been that promising young player, and he still continues to be a shining star for whatever team he's in. Looking great here in this match for DogChamp.
Yeah, absolutely. Just doing fantastic work here. DNM deserves the MVP of the match here. And I mean, DogChamp, I mean, quite frankly, like, it's a real team effort between these guys. I don't know what's changed. Like, we're going to have the pleasure of speaking to somebody from... in fact, we're going to have the pleasure of speaking right now. We've got Bloody Nine on the line, so let's go right to him and see exactly what's going on. Mr. Bloody Nine, congratulations on your victory here, 2-0 against Bait. How the hell are you feeling, sir?
Hi, guys. Nice to see you again. Feeling pretty good. I think, the last time we talked was probably when we were in Div 2, like over a year ago, and we were still struggling down there, and now we're guaranteed 4th place, even a small chance for a major slot. So, yeah, we're feeling good.
Yeah, I mean, you are correct. It was Div 2 that we last had the pleasure of speaking with you with. So tell me what's changed, right? You guys have looked so clean as of late. Like, every game we watch you guys, you're getting better and better. What's the main thing attributing to you guys getting so good over such a short period of time?
I'd say we're just putting in the effort. We do a lot of different stuff to improve. We watch replays. We talk a lot. We do 2v2 lane practice. We keep track of how the meta is developing, and we're just playing a fair amount. We played another tournament with EU teams, and we got kind of owned. It was just one game, but it did teach us something, and we started scrimming EU teams as well. So just a combination of everything, but mostly just effort.
Oh, very nice. That's very good to hear. Talk to me about, I wanted to ask, you guys are sitting tied in 3rd place now with TSM, which is pretty huge when you think about, you guys against a big org like TSM. What do you think is separating you guys from beating teams like, say, Shopify and Nouns? I mean, to be fair to you, we haven't seen you verse Shopify yet, but what do you think separates you from them? How do you get to that level?
I think it's just about having like full cohesion. I think it's about having a good draft and then knowing exactly how to use that draft and how it fits against the enemy's draft. I think sometimes people have like one of these at a time, but it's like combining all of those three elements at once and just like trusting your teammates to do the right thing as well. And yeah, it's just kind of all of that, trying to improve. We managed to take a game off TSM, so we do feel like we're kind of close. And I think when we were playing Nouns, we were like definitely improved since then. So hopefully we have a good showing versus Shopify. Maybe we'll see what we can do.
I hope so, Bloody Nine. Go on, John.
All right, Blood and Nine, always nice to talk to you. I'm curious about one thing from game one. We saw DNM build into the Yags. Is there a specific logic to it? Because I don't think we've willingly seen a lot of Bloodseekers pick up the Yags outside of like a Roche freebie. So what was the mindset for the Yags there? Was it because you had Oracle on yourself?
I actually have no idea. I didn't even know you had an Ags in that game, to be honest. So I think we were saying like maybe Manta or Lincoln's would be nice, just like talking about some defensive items. And he was like, I'll just see what I can do. And like he was like cooking something up. So came out with the Ags. I think they did buff it, if I remember right, because I see people getting it sometimes. I think last patch was a complete joke, and now it might be a little better. And yeah, with Oracle, it sounds pretty cool actually. So maybe that's why he did it. He had Shard and Ags. He's just going to heal full.
Yeah, there is potential there with the barrier for constantly coming up. I am curious, how do you feel about the patch? Usually Mike asks this, but I'll ask you. How do you feel about the patch overall? Do you feel like this is a patch that your team fits better into, considering the better showing we've seen from you guys? Do you like the patch overall?
I like the patch. I kind of liked it from the start even. I think it wasn't perfect, but it's actually fairly balanced, and just like switching up the game so much from how it was stuck in like one place for about 2 years is just nice. It's refreshing. The meta is continuing to develop. If you look at like Western Europe and some of the top Russian teams, they keep innovating new stuff. So yeah, it's like fun just having some fresh stuff going on. I like it.
It has been pretty fun for a lot of people. I will ask one specific question. This is something Mike has been harping on about. You're an Oracle player. Have you ever built Phylactery on Oracle?
No, I haven't managed to do that yet. It sounds pretty good though. I think I saw like maybe Thompson was doing that. So
there you go.
There's probably something there. I think we're gonna see that one. Once the meta fully develops, that's like the end game of the meta. Phylactery mid Oracle.
Finally, someone gets it. Thank you for asking that question, Jonathan. Bloody Nine, I'm going to ask you one more question before we let you go. Don't answer this if you can't, but have you guys been reached out to by any orgs or sponsors yet? Because, I mean, I'm kind of finding it a little bit surprising you guys are playing this good and nobody's reaching out.
Yeah, surprisingly, nobody's reached out for this season. Last season, I had a few offers, but nothing that stuck. And I don't know, I guess, like, nobody wants to sponsor an NA team right now, but we are looking for a sponsor. If anybody wants a 4th place NA team, we're out there. We're on the up and up, so hit us up.
I'll ask you one follow-up question. I lied. So do you think the sponsors may be not coming because NA has 2 slots only? Because I've been saying for a long time, I think NA and SA both should have 3 slots minimum, purely based on it allows like the 3rd best team to start growing instead of it always being like Shopify TSM, for example. What do you think about that? Do you think I'm being realistic with that point, or do you think I'm talking complete garbage?
No, I would like that. I mean, it's kind of silly that like some regions have 4 slots and some have 2. Even if they are better, it's kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like if a team can never go to any lands, how are they supposed to like improve to the level of the LAN competition? Like we barely can play them, and NA teams like Shopify and TSM, they don't even want to scrim us. So it's like, we're just like, we have to kind of like get out of the fishbowl without any help. It's kind of tough, but you know, we're still trying our best, and I think it is possible, but it's like the odds are just a bit stacked against you, and it would be nice to have another slot for sure.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Well, with that, congratulations on your victory, Bloody Nine. We're always a pleasure to speak to you, and hopefully we'll get to speak to you maybe after that Shopify Rebellion matchup you have up next.
Maybe. I think D&M called dibs on that one if we win, so hopefully you'll have the pleasure of talking to him.
As long as I see one of you boys, I'll be happy. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. We'll see you next time.
All right, take it easy. Have a good one. Thanks.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
That was a lovely Bloody Nine, obviously. Like you said, John, I love talking to this guy. I always have a billion questions to ask him. Very cool, calm, collected is Bloody Nine. He was right, by the way. The last time we had the pleasure of speaking to him was Div 2 of NA, and that was last year. So that
I think it was longer. The last time we casted NA was like 2021, right? When BTS had NA. That was a while ago.
So then it's kind of insane. Like, that kind of proves the point of how much these guys have improved as a unit, as we do get to see the schedule once again. Bait obviously losing here to Dog Champ for the first series, but don't go anywhere because we do have Felt versus SKG coming right up after this one. So there is going to be a bit of an extended break, maybe 45 minutes or so, but Felt versus SKG, it's kind of the similar story that we were talking about with Bait, for example, where you are fighting to not get relegated right now. It's going to be quite important for one of these teams to try and win it out. I believe Felt are yet to pick up a series win. They've only won one single game throughout the whole of Tour 3 so far. SKG, they are at least one series up, but you at least want two series one to try and make sure you don't get relegated out of NA Div 1. And we know how important it is for the boys at SKG to make that happen. So we're going to head off to a very short break. Right after that break, we're going to be back with our next and final series between Felt and SKG. We'll see you then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our second series of the night. It is, of course, going to be the side of SKG up against Felt. It's MLP Dota and John X Fire once again. Jonathan, welcome back. So another interesting matchup here between two teams that have been struggling throughout Division 1 of NA for 2 or 3. Before all that, though, how the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great, Mike. We had a pretty explosive first series coming out there. This second one is probably the closer one across the two series we have today. Again, both of these teams not doing the best in Div 1, but SKG doing a little bit better with their win over Alpha. Felt just not finding a win anywhere just yet. Although, to be fair, I think Sand King Gomez right now are in a really weird spot. They've been playing with a sub for the past few series, at least the past series and this series as well. So I'm keen to see how much more that impacts them, because it does feel like this is a team that's played together, you know, throughout Div 2. They had something going for themselves. So changing the equation right now, due to circumstances perhaps outside of their control, it does feel rough, right? Like Jan Boro was like this great voice in the team. We see him react in the draft. He has a lot of ideas. So again, with Jubei around, he's not a bad player, but again, right now Dota is a very 5-man game, and every single part of that machinery has to work.
Well, we'll see how it goes. I mean, Jubei, last game around, what was it? They had SKG versus Shopify Rebellion, which is... Was it Shopify that I think maybe I'm misremembering? Maybe I'm remembering correctly. I'll look it up right now, but it was a pretty rough affair for him, to say the very least. So, you know, he was kind of being targeted. In fact, I say it was Shopify. It was actually Nouns. Excuse me, it was Nouns. So they did not have a good time against Nouns, naturally. Nouns being a top 2 team in NA right now. Forget about Nouns though for a second, because we do have their opponents, of course. Team Felt is going to be up against SKG. And speaking of struggling, Felt, you know, they're kind of bottom of the pack right now. I don't think this team is that bad by any stretch of the imagination, but they certainly have been struggling in NA Div 1. It's been the same throughout the whole of the year, to be quite frank with you, John. The team, like, they have moments where you think this team is going to do really well, and then you have other moments where things just don't look like they're working out for them. And this is one of those tours where things just have not been working out. If there was a series that Felt could win, it would be this one, right? Like SKG are just right above them in terms of the standings right now. So if there was a team that they were to beat, it would either be SKG or Alpha. Right now they do have SKG, and I believe they actually have Alpha later on down the week. In fact, they have it the next DPC day. So Felt need to start winning to maintain their position in Div 1. They've got arguably 2 of the easier matchups in Division 1 as their last series here for Felt. So if they can't beat SKG here, I almost want to say they're as good as done. Still chances of a tiebreaker, but it would be pretty rough for Felt to be in that position. Though SKG kind of in a similar position. If they lose, there's going to be a higher chance of tiebreakers happening, and they will be in the bottom 2 placements. So you don't want to be there for either side, which does mean this match has a lot riding for both teams.
Yeah, and again, we talked about this when we went into the first game. Today is the day for the bottom 4 half to kind of figure out where they stand, to see how they end up for, say, relegation. Still comparing these two teams by their stats right now. Again, both teams kind of in a rough spot in terms of like wins in series. So this is a pretty fair comparison. And considering that, Felt, despite taking more losses, has had more activity on the map, more assists coming out. Granted, they also get more deaths, so maybe that offsets all of those gains, along with more kills. Again, considering you have more deaths, probably doesn't really offset these higher kills, because you're dying to get these kills as well.
Yeah. I mean, it is the thing. Like, at least the stats are close. Look, I've been saying, I just said it, Felt, I don't think they're that bad of a team. And I think the stats kind of reveal that kind of case. Yes, they are 0-4, but they have arguably had the hardest matchups for their for the first 2 weeks. So their last week is the easiest one for them. Literally, they're up against SKG, Alpha, and then Bay, right? Which are all three of those are in the bottom half. So, like I said, I don't think this is the worst team in NA. I don't know who is, to be quite frank with you, but, you know, this is their chance to show that they don't deserve to be relegated. And I think it could happen here against SKG, especially considering they have a standing. This is probably your best chances. We can compare some players here. Of course, we are going to compare the mid matchup. which you and I love to do, of course. We're always looking at the mid laners, but Lund versus Kits. Now, it's kind of the thing between these two mids because both these guys have a lot of potential, right? You can see it in the way they play. They both have a lot of potential. Obviously, it hasn't shown in 2 or 3 of NA Div 1, but I think in particular, these two are going to be very, very important for this matchup. Kits really needs to pop off, but so does Lund. I'd say Lund has been maybe more consistently good than what I've seen with Kits throughout Div 1 for this tour, but we'll see. I mean, again, I don't think Kits is bad by any stretch of the imagination. I think the guy's got a lot of potential. We'll just see how he does against Lund.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting back and forth. And we're going to be able to see what's in store for us now as we do get into the draft here, Mike. See if anything interesting does pop out. Techie's banned out. Not too surprising. Doom being taken out by Felt along with the Bat Rider. And Sand King Gomez taking out the Medusa. So again, pretty much your top tier picks right now taken off immediately. It is funny to see. I think we've seen the meta develop a little bit over time, Mike, right? Like, you don't see Alchemist as much. You're not seeing the Underlord as much as well. So you've taken the shift there. The Magnus now getting picked up by Felt. A good foundation for them to start off with. Burna Magnus would be pretty sick. I think Magnus overall has shown that universal typing is broken. And Magnus is probably the epitome of that, along with Techies. Like, those two heroes really highlight, and Void Spirit. Like, those 3 heroes really highlight how crazy universal typing is right now.
Oh, it's certainly. I mean, universal type. So this is the one thing that I can almost guarantee is going to get nerfed in the next patch is these universal heroes. I think everyone would probably agree with that. How they nerf them is a different question entirely. I highly doubt they'll go through the route of nerfing every individual hero, but they could, to be fair, right? Because some of the universal heroes suck. Like, Vengeful Spirit does not feel good right now. You know, like heroes like that, they could probably use a buff at the moment. And there's other heroes like Void Spirit and Techies who are probably going to get a guaranteed nerf. It's just a matter of whether it's going to be like a blanket universal hero thing, or are they going to be very specific with the way they nerf these heroes?
Yeah, I think I'm keen. I would say probably just a reversion on the 0.6 to 0.7 change is probably likely in the works. And then from there, maybe some individual tweaking. We'll see if ever or whenever we get that D patch going. As Sand King Gomez do pick up the Rubik, which is pretty much your most straightforward response to the Magnus. I like that coming out. You've got the lift back when you see the blink in for the skewer play. You've got a way of just breaking that off. You can steal RP. You can steal skewer. Not too bad. Even Empower feels pretty good. So I like seeing that for Sand King Gomez. Felt, though, they've got the opportunity to take it. They take the Void Spirit themselves right now. Surprisingly, Sand King Gomez prioritizing the Mars pickup, which we've seen a couple of times from a few teams. It does seem to be more of a comfort pick than anything else. And
yeah,
I'm interested to see how much Duchu can get out. Because we were talking about this with the offlane. It does feel like Sand King Gomez with her pool on Dutra, it's been really off meta, right? Like, he's playing heroes that you don't see a lot of other offlaners pick up. It doesn't align with what we've been seeing pop off across the regions. Mars kind of fits into that pool. So I want to see what they can do with that. I guess there's a flex opportunity for a mid-Mars against Void Spirit, but that also doesn't sound particularly tasty.
Right. It's... The Mars is interesting to me because I think Ducho is a very good Mars player from what we saw last time around. If you need to go back for comfort as SKG, I think that's perfectly fine considering the standing you're in right now in the standings. You'd almost rather just go back to the comfort pickups and just try to play your absolute best game that you can. Felt, obviously, on the other hand, like you've already mentioned, John, they're going for much more meta picks right now in the Void Spirit Magnus. Already a super strong opening, to say the least, with their own draft. But like I said, I don't think Ducho's a bad Mars player. I think the hero itself is quite bad, but in terms of his own play, it actually seemed pretty good last time around, and going for a classic Rubik Mars lane doesn't seem all too bad.
Yeah, on paper, I don't think it's too bad. I think it's just down to how much pressure you can really apply in lane. I'm keen to see how much Dutra can get out there. I think that's one thing that's been faltering a little bit from Sand King Gomez. It doesn't feel like their laning phase has been as sharp up against some of these other teams. And this should allow them to get at least a sharp lane going here for Dutra. So I'm keen to see just how much they can get out there. Felt they do ban out the Bloodseeker. They take out the Ember. So just some matchups that feel awkward for both the Magnus and the Void Spirit. What do you? I'm guessing Felt will eventually ban out the Storm as well. Sand King Gomez, they take care of some big ones. Monkey King gone. Probably can play into Terrorblade, so you'll leave that in because you've got the Mors, but it's also a little bit awkward if you do leave it in because it's Terrorblade. If you are worried about, say, the Magnus off lane here for now, you know, kind of covering their bases with the Undying ban. And it's open enough for Felt to run the Magnus off lane here. Wouldn't mind it too much. Safe lane's probably the best bet for that hero, though.
True. We'll see, John. Final bans come out here from both sides before we can continue. Pos 1's being removed here by Felt. They'll get rid of the Slark now as well as the Bloodseeker. Sand King Gomez, a bit of a mix in terms of what they're banning at the moment. Just anything that might prove to be a little bit uncomfortable against them, they'd rather get rid of, it seems. Very curious to see how Ducho does go this game again, because it does feel like every series that has gone by, apart from the first series that SKG won against Alpha, it feels like Ducho's just been shut down over and over and over again. And you know, it is one of the things where offlane does still feel very strong right now, even in the new patch. So it is obviously quite important to make sure the offlane of the enemy is not doing too well. And they have certainly made sure of that, at least with SKG. Ducho just never having a game since the Alpha series, which was the first series they had.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's just been a little bit rough going. So, got to see the power come out here with that combination of the Rubik. And let's see what they pick up. Last time around, we saw Jubei play. I believe his Mirana has been his strongest comfort from all the time I remember casting him. So I wouldn't mind that too much being picked up here by the side of Sand King Gomez. It gives you an option as well to perhaps just run the Rubik up top, run the Mirana down bot, so you get the Spear Arrow combo as well, which isn't too bad. Although my one concern with, say, that Jubei comfort coming out is that it doesn't feel like it's going to be hard enough lockdown for something like the Void Spirit. So you're just going to have a lot of ways for kits to step in and out of these fights, constantly harass the back line. They'll go to Clockwork pick here on Sand King Gomez instead, which is, it's a hero that's not been doing the best. I have seen this hero work in certain matchups. The big one that I can really see is like potentially blocking off a Spirit Breaker pick, because Spirit Breaker into Clockwork actually feels atrocious. Like the cogs stopping a lot of forced movement is huge. Like you stop charge with cogs now. So it's pretty tricky for a Spirit Breaker to find angles in with a well-positioned Clockwork. Beyond that, you can still play aggressive in lane. Like honestly, the hero still works pretty fine as 5 in that it is a hero that uses the twin gates pretty well as a 5. And again, Pos 5 has easier access to the gate from your tier 1 for each side. So I feel like if Sand King Gomez just play this Clockwork and have a safe laner that can kind of be left alone every now and again, you can get a lot of value with just getting that ambush tri-lane going down bot.
No, that's fair. I think the Clock does have some good like impact against the Mag Void Spirit as well. Like I don't think Clock's a great hero right now, but against the Mag, against the Void Spirit, you can see a lot of value coming out. So we'll see how they do prove to do with it. As Mirana is picked up here by Felt, still a pretty popular support to have in the meta. Like it's, you know, not as strong as it once was in 7.32, but
10 seconds
in 7.33, you know, it's not great, but it's not bad either. It can still have some really good impact. And I think the one really strong suit of this hero in this new patch is the Moonlight Shadow, right? Because the map's so big, you can't have detection everywhere, you know, so just having that Moonlight Shadow on your whole team, it can have some pretty big impact throughout this patch.
Yeah, it certainly can. We've seen a lot of teams just play around that tempo from the Mirana, so I would like to see Felt kind of replicate that from what we've seen in other teams, just playing around this Moonlight Shadow timing. It does feel like Felt doesn't have the best lockdown. I mean, RP's pretty good. It's a decently long cooldown though. That is something Sand King Gomez can draft around as they also pick up the Lich. So again, not the best of holds. Very strong lanes coming out already from Felt. If you run safe lane Magnus with Lich, Frost Shield up, skewer back plays with the slows to set you up, it's not something you can easily bail out of here on Sand King Gomez's end. Granted, you've always got the spear back, you've always got the lift back, but there are also windows where once those spells are committed and on cooldown, then Felt can kind of look to run down. So we'll pick the Storm. Again, that mobile hero that you don't have the lockdown for on Felt.
Yeah. It seems like, at least for now, I've got to say, like, looking at Felt's draft, it does feel significantly stronger right now. Though I do like the Storm, because we have seen Lund perform miracles on this hero. So I, at the very least, do like the Storm coming out. I think it does very well against the Void Spirit. And obviously, it's a bit of a comfort pick here for the mid lane of Sand King Gomez. But overall, like, in terms of just drafts and the way they're set up, Felt have got some pretty broken heroes on their end of things.
Yeah, I mean, just Magnus and Void Spirit, I think, is a very scary combination. Just because you give so much damage to the Void Spirit that when he steps, it's going to hurt a ton. The mid lane matchup, though, for Felt is maybe where things are a little bit awkward. Storm can overtake that lane. We've seen it happen multiple times. Your Resonant Pulse doesn't block off the overload damage or the static remnant damage, which is what the Storm really wants to be popping out anyway, especially by that level 3 mark. So I do like it in the vacuum of the 1v1 matchup. In the wider team fight, again, how do you hold down the Storm here? I'm not seeing an easy way. You're always going to have to nail these remnants into arrows from the side of Felt, and that's easier said than done.
It is. Final pickups here, or rather, final banouts. POS 1's being focused by both sides. I mean, is Felt really going to run an offlane Magnus? I suppose they could. Would not recommend it. I think the mag itself is quite powerful as a POS 1. Maybe Sand King Gomez, to be fair, were thinking that there was a chance of an SK, or rather a CK offlane happening, but it seems a little bit doubtful. Again, I guess Sand King Gomez may guess that the Magnus is not going to be a position 1 here. We'll see. I still think Magnus is a very strong POS 1 at the moment, but they do ban the Jug, so SKG do seem to believe that Felt are still looking for a carry. Problem is, you don't know what SKG is going to pick up here for their own carry pick, so it's a little bit hard to decide if the carry is what's missing here. Otherwise, you just go for an offlane pick. It's a matter of what you really want, though. And they're going to go for the offlane pick. They do pick up a Beastmaster for themselves.
Yeah, I like seeing that from Felt. It doesn't feel like you have the best in terms of dealing with the Beastmaster here from Sand King Gomez. I suppose your wave clear on Mars is pretty damn good once that's up and running. It does take some time to kind of hit that point where you can just manage the army from Felt. And we do get the Morphling coming out from Sand King Gomez. So there's no... Again, it's another slippery hero. It's you only have the one roar to kind of help you control here. And finally, we could potentially see a Morphling morph into something like a universal type hero with the Yags. I tested it in demo. It's a stupid amount of stat steal, man. That 40% with your Yags on universal, it is dumb. Like this Magnus becomes... At level 30, he goes from like 18 armor to 9 armor. Legitimately. With your HP cut down to nearly half. It's like, that's a lot of EHP you lose. And I think that's where you can really shine in a Morphling if you manage to get the Ag. So a lot of back and forth. It's hard to say which way I lean, Mike. I do love the Morphling overall, but Felt's draft looks a lot more in line with the meta overall. I think Sand King Gomez, it's a little bit off. Like it's always the Dutra hero. Again, it's usually not Dutra's fault, but they are picking these heroes for him in the first phase. Mars is not the most shining hero. You're not blocking a lot of damage in here as well because there's no big ranged core. Void Spirit can just dance around that, dissimulate out. A Magnus doesn't really care if he's inside or out as long as he manages to maybe use his belts. Like RP, then you drop Arena. That doesn't stop anything. So I feel like Felt just, again, has something in line with what we've seen other teams kind of play with. And for Sand King Gomez, it's this Mars pick, man. It's always a bit of a struggle. When Dutra has a slow game, then it doesn't feel like anyone has a game on Sand King Gomez.
Well, I mean, yeah, I kind of agree with you on that. I do have a bit more confidence in the Morph pick and the Storm pick at the least, so that does bring some confidence to me for SKG. But overall, I think when you look at the Felt draft just looks better. Just much more well-rounded, very broken heroes being picked up. We'll see if they can execute the way they want to play this draft. I think that's the main point. In Felt, they might be able to draft well. They get the broken heroes, but can you execute and make those broken heroes look actually broken is the question that we will have on hand for game number 1. So I believe game number 1 is getting underway now. So we can head over there and see exactly what is going to happen here between these two teams. But that is the main question, I think, is can you execute this draft? Like, yeah, you got a nice draft. Yeah, you got some nice heroes. But you haven't been able to execute any draft, really, for the whole of 2 or 3. So let's see if they can make this one. Well, it's the truth, John. That's the truth.
It is. I like the truth, Mike. I want the truth, and I can handle it. So thank you.
Yeah. The truth's not about you, Jonathan. If you want some truth, I'll give you some.
I'll lay it on to me, Mike. Jonathan. Lay it on to me, Jonathan.
Don't you
It's not a good
imitate me.
It's not even a good imitation, dude. It's not even close. I just do it because it's funny. I don't know why it's funny. I don't know a lot of things, Mike. I don't know why I'm talking so much. You know, it's like
30 seconds.
obviously
You get paid to talk, John.
Well, true, but obviously John Xfire talking about things nobody cares about while Mike thinks himself get me out is a real thing. That's every cast.
Quite literally.
I really need an image for that one. I have one with Winter where he looks like he really doesn't give a crap about what I'm saying, but you not yet. I know there's some pictures out there, but I need to look through. I need to scrub through,
The
Mike.
battle begins.
I'm very good at pretending I'm interested, John. I'm a married man, so I'm used to it.
Winter's a married man too. He didn't give me the illusion of being valuable.
Yeah, but Winter's very based. That's the thing. Like, he's not like me. I'm a real sweetheart of a husband. He's very based. Yeah,
That's true.
Anyway, moving. We won't get into that one. There's Solji currently being harassed here by Jubei. Battery Assault going to go all the way, so no leap charges. Solji's still holding on to that skill point. And Jubei's not going to let him go. I mean, this is just smart play from Jubei. Force the leap out of her. He's going to have Battery Assault soon. This feels like a pretty big loss for Solji here. Solji, just go back to the fountain TP, sir. Oh.
What is
this for real? Just go back to the fountain.
He is for real. This is interesting. He will walk back in. So Jubei's done his job to just help open up that level 1. And he'll snipe a
his ancient
courier.
Oh.
Good job, Jubei.
Has been killed.
Hey, Jubei's doing great so far, I tell you. A lot of impact already. It's kind of weird to focus on a POS 5 clockwork to start off, but that's kind of where all the action's been. Like, Solji's already threw both his tangos, only has one left. And a lot of wasted time here for the Mirana, who still hasn't screwed up anything.
Yeah, just holding on. I think wanting to try to see if they can greed it out and grab that Storm early. At the least, Fade is having a decent time early on. He's gone for the access into the boards. So Leonidas not just free farming.
Lund was getting very close to dropping there. Kit's decided to go back for the creep wave instead, as it was underneath the tier 1 tower. Now Kit's falling quite low himself on the Storm, as bottom lane of all places is where the first blood happens. Hidden Immune able to secure a kill onto Ducha.
Yeah, this is, again, a little bit of a back and forth. Mars versus Magnus. Magnus, I mean, you can try to spear him up. He can always threaten to pull back. Magnus plus Lich, it's a pretty good lane to play with that slow to set up for skewer backs. Sinister Gaze as well for follow-up control. So you have a lot of aggression that can come out here from the side of Felt. And for Sand King Gomez, I mean, it's a classic Mars Rubik, but again, there's a very good reason this doesn't show up. It's just not as good as other laning combos. So I want to see if Ducho can repair, but this does not set that good of a tone. Granted, it's not first blood, so it's not as big of a deal, but doesn't send a good feeling down my spine, Mike.
No, it certainly does not. Not the start you're hoping for, but it is kind of the thing. Like, you do have that cheeky combo of having the cross blast into gaze into the skewer back, and it's not like you have that much time to land the skewer with the gaze, because the gaze duration's, you know, very short, 1.1 seconds, but it is enough. Look at this. Like, Ducho might cop it again, but he does get the spear off. Albino Zebra opting to not go for the gaze that time around. Had he done so, I think Hidden may have had the time to get behind him for the skewer, but nevertheless, it doesn't happen.
Yep. You're going to be counting your lucky stars on San Gomez that it's a little bit harder to kind of pull that combination off from Felt. Still for Felt, their lanes are still coming out pretty damn well. The only outlier right now is really Fade. On the Beastmaster being allowed to just farm up. Again, we saw some good zoning from Jubei, but level 2's up, the leap's up and running on Solji, so you're not really able to just stop. You know, this lane will always shove in, Fade will always push it out, and you've always got the arrow to ramp up now on the Mirana. Things are looking pretty decent for Felt coming out. Again, not a major lead so far, Mike, but these small map plays, they do add up down the line.
That they do. You'll see Soldier already just stacking up the jungle. Of course, he is with the Beastmaster. That aspect of Beastmaster has not changed. You just max wild axes and eventually just take a billion stacks in the triangle as Jubei. It's spotted here. Can get arrowed. Actually does take the arrow, and with the blood grenade, I don't believe he has a way out. So Jubei just gonna drop his Felt, able to secure another kill for themselves.
Yeah, it's not the biggest kill, but again, you're happy to just find something under your belt, get some early aggression out, enable your Beastmaster to just hit these item spikes, these level spikes that you're gunning for, apply pressure in the top tier 1. The side of San King Gomez, not too far behind just yet, despite these stats. And they're doing a great job of just getting some build up where they can. Ducho is actually holding his lane pretty alright against the Magnus, although not enough to really stop Burna, but at the least you're not giving him an overwhelmingly strong start in the Void Spirit as well.
Oland! It's the night time, like you don't have much vision here in the mid lane. The Storm actually does not have a ward in the mid lane. Immediate tip out from Albino Zebra, but quick and efficient rotation from Solji.
Yeah, pays off in a big way. Again, we wanted to see them kind of play around this potential pick off with the arrow. They managed to connect it there, and you're laning with Beastmaster. You can really just stay alone. There's not much kill threat from a Clockwork there, so you're more than happy. Just leave Fade for that solo EXP. Already a quarter away, or 3/4 away from just having that full level 6. So progression is going well for the side of Falcon. For San King Gomez, this draft naturally is a little bit slower, so you have to expect some losses in the lane, but
mid lane. Albino Zebra still somehow alive, finally going down, but Lund has given his life away again. And mind you, he did hit level 6 off that kill, but did not have the chance to zip away, apparently. Now Solji's going to go after 9 on the Rubik, but 9 doing a good job of juking through the tree line. It's going to force Solji underneath the T1, but no. Solji, he does have an arrow. As we are going to pause, so he has time to think about this. But if he just threw out a blind arrow into the tree line, he'd probably secure the kill, because he does have the... well, actually, I say that. He doesn't have enough mana for both Sacred Arrow and Starstorm. So he probably wants to land the Starstorm first, and then go for the Urn Charge instead to try and really secure the kill. But nevertheless, even maybe an arrow into the Urn Charge, it could prove to be enough.
I think it's pretty close if you can land that arrow. Can be a little bit awkward with this kind of spacing between Solji and 9, especially if the vision game is up there. So I'm keen to see just what Solji's final decision is, and he's not going to arrow. So he plays it a little bit safe. Nice juke coming out from 9. Overall, though, again, 4-1 start for the side of Felt. Things are looking good. Like, this team is looking sharp in this game. I think this is a big improvement over that Nouns game as well that they had last time around. So I think for for them, it's still working out. Like, you're not completely shut down on Ducho, right? He is still farming. It's not. It's a stable foundation because he's. Oh,
He's very deep here. He's actually still surviving. Kid's gonna jump in. A direct trade, support for supporters. Now Lund again in trouble. Does have enough mana to get to the low ground, so he will be fine. I mean, I said Albino Zebra was too far, but John, he's setting up kills for his mid. I don't think that's too bad at all.
no, you take that trade every single time. And again, this is space coming out for Santin Gomez as well. While even though Felt is kind of setting up these kills, at the least for Santin Gomez, again, Ducho is not being shut down. So your offlane Mars is, it's not lagging too far behind. Cool.
Leonidas, he waveformed forward. You saw Fade immediately go for the Roar, but Leonidas quick enough to press the Strength North, so they were not able to secure the kill. Thankfully for SKG, because that would have been a real disaster. And that should mean that Leonidas, he should be pretty safe for a while.
Yeah, should be left alone to just farm. It's a little bit rougher with not that much HP on hand, but at the least he's got a little bit more damage, a little bit more of that HP on the Falcon Blade. So they can try to accelerate off that launching point. Still, it's Felt that's still in control. Kits has to step forward to grab the bounty, doesn't manage to connect on the Remnant, so not going to be able to catch out 9. I'm wondering if the space you're buying out for Ducho is worth it, though. Like, it does feel like the Mars is soaking up a lot of space just being bought, not moving lanes. But Mars' hero also doesn't need that much farm past what you initially get. Perhaps once this blink is up, you go for the aura build-up, and then you can start to hand more of that room away to your Storm, to your Morphling to really get that scaling going here.
Stacks being taken. Fade going to be spotted here by the rocket flare of Jubeiz. He does move in. Doesn't really get anything out of this rotation, but he will try to chase down Albino Zebra. Problem is now Fade wants to try and move on to him, but Fade's pretty much out of mana. But he does have Arcane Boots, so he'll get a little bit more. Maybe one more wild access to be thrown out, but that's about it. I think Fade just pretty happy that he got the farm off that the stacks. Even if the XP was soaked by Jubei, he's still got the better end of that, of course.
Yeah, it's much bigger for them to get all of that on their end rather than just worrying about Jubei hanging around there. So you're pretty happy. Again, it's 5-2. You're pretty much free for Burna to just keep farming on the Magus down bot. There's still no threat from Ducho, despite having that arena. No one can really connect him just yet. Does feel like you want your level 6s on your supports first. Like, Hookshot is just so massive for Jubei that, you know, it doesn't feel like you can easily just connect with your Mars until your support block is ready.
Oh, Aether Remnant, Lund. He's still perfectly fine. He's full of mana here. They're not going to be able to lock him down unless you hit a really nice arrow from Solji. Felt 5-2. Very good position for them at the moment. It's all about just holding on to these kind of positions if you're Felt now. Because you've had a very good laning stage. Everything's going just fine. It's hit and mute. Narrowly going to avoid a spear attempt here from Ducho, but Ducho obviously still looking. Has the arena up. Does go for the God's Rebuke. Spear will land eventually, but doesn't bother with the arena. Meanwhile, top lane, Fade gonna pop a Roar here onto the Morphling as Kits has joined in. The Strength Morph was out from Leonidas though, so he's gonna be just fine as Lund has rotated as well on the Storm. Moving on to Fade. Fade proving to be quite tanky with the Vanguard, but eventually will go down. Lund is quite low on mana, but the problem is Kits has no step charges. So he can't really follow up onto the Storm.
That's a big trade for Santin Gomez to find. Offlane for support does cost you a Storm rotation, but the Storm needs that. It needs a little bit of the snowball start, so you don't mind too much. Still in control is Felt though, 6-3, 2k lead up their way. Despite again, maybe some awkward angles coming out. You are basically working the rest of the map well. Still no stoppage on Burna. You know, there's no reason for them to stick to school as much here on Felt, as they are the ones bringing SKG to school now for the time being, at least.
Yeah. 6-3. SKG nowhere near out of this game yet, obviously. Just a 2k advantage here for the side of Felt, but Felt definitely proving to be
Top tower
quite
is
good in
under
this game
attack.
one. You're going to hit that point where your kid's going to have the Echo Saber up and he's going to want to start moving much more frequently. He has been pretty frequent as it is, but the Echo Saber, that one item where you can really start to move as a unit. Nice scan here from SKG. You're going to see exactly where Felt are through the Moonlight Shadow. D-Ward's still going to come out from Felt though, so they still get something out of this. As it seems like they will just kind of back off for now, allow SKG some space. Leonidas, by the way, John, on the Morphling has queued up the Ags already, so
Yes. That
makes
is-
sense.
That is what I want to see. Just turn into the Void Spirit or the Magnus. Probably the Magnus. And just steal 40% of his stats. That's probably the highest EHP reduction I've ever seen. It's like you lose armor and strength. You know, it's
Yeah,
like it's like an Undying with a scaling Assault Cuirass. That's kind of nuts.
It is a very, very nice kind of morph target for sure. And the mag skills aren't bad either. Like, having Skew is really nice, and having Empower is even nicer for the Morphling, who's already going to be hitting like an absolute truck. So
Radiant structures are fortified.
it's definitely a very valuable Aghanim Scepter Morphling game to play here as Leonidas if you
Radiant's
can
bottom tower is under attack.
find the morph on Hidden Immune. Even the Void Spirit's still fine, but I think it is much more preferred to just go after the mag. Speaking of Hidden Immune, he's currently top of the net worth board. He's having a great old time. But as I say that, he's going to show on a creep wave as there is a smoke here from SKG.
Dire's top tower.
It is only the Mars and the Clockwork though, so they are bringing more heroes in. Nine and Lund are coming, but Lund looks like he wants to go for the Power Rune instead. So I don't believe they're going to have a chance at really getting the Magnus. Maybe they could try for the mid lane if they get a good Power Rune. And it's going to be an illusion, so pretty useless.
Yeah, not the best in this game. Not too much to dispel off either for Lon, so it should be all right to at least just play this farm game, but doesn't line up for any aggression. Not that you're ready for aggression necessarily on SKG. Lund still waiting for his Witchblade next. Already has the Falcon Blade, but you really need both of them to start popping off.
Radiant's middle
And the lead
tower
just keeps
is
growing
under
for Felt.
attack.
4k up at 6-3. The pacing of this game definitely a lot slower than what we've been used to seeing from NA, but again, this is also one of our more competitive matchups in terms of skill disparity.
Certainly so. Mid lane. Moonlight Shadow popped. Hidden Immune's going to kind of reveal the Moonlight Shadow was used though. We'll see him in the mid lane. Maybe trying to bait for his team, but seems a little bit too obvious here from Phil. SKG not going to really bother with it. They're just going to keep pushing out the bottom wave instead. Jabay does actually go for a hook shot onto Albino Zebra. The Clockwork, generally speaking, would usually have a pretty good chance of killing off the Lich, but Ducho does have to get involved to secure the kill. So Jabay setting up a nice one, but here comes the cavalry. Kids immediately going to find a nice trade, and now Ducho also in trouble, probably just dead. As Fade does secure the kill. There's a bit of aggressive jump in from the clock, like mid though. Hidden Immune. He's actually killing off 9, but Lund has got him. Lund, no mana, but is still going to be able to walk away from Fate.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, just not enough punishment coming out there, and you're more than you're happy enough. At least you find that punishment that you wanted onto that mag. Drag a lot of attention mid, so you're buying space out for Leonidas now to work that top lane, get his own item build up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You do still have a lot of timings left on Felt. Again, this lineup does scale pretty well with Magnus. Arguably the same for Sand King Gomez. I think that's why we have just a slower time.
Debate. Yeah, I'm not sure about that hook shot. Tips out immediately here from Albino Zebra. Like, the thing is, like, Hawk is in such a bad place right now. Like,
Yeah.
the fact that you can hookshot a Lich and he just won't die with a level 1 Frost Shield. It's not even a max Frost Shield. Level 1.
No.
It's just, you can't do anything as a clock right now.
Yeah, it just doesn't do I don't know, enough damage, I suppose. It's kind of weird having some durability with the cogs. Kit's just finding more, taking out Ducho once more. I failed to realize there was already the drums up in Fade.
There is.
Got the music banging on. We need that band, Mike.
We do. Mid, Zip is there. Albino Zebra immediately bursted down here by Lund. So nice easy pick off for the Storm. It is a very quick drums though. I mean, you kind of already pointed this out, but could have some pretty big impact throughout this game. This drums slowly is making me a believer, Jonathan. This Leonidas lane. Have the wild axes thrown out here by Fade, but he's got plenty of help around him. So it seems like SKG are the ones that want to jump, and they will. Arena is down. It is by the tier 1 tower, but they are looking to burst the Beastmaster rather quickly, and they have a Soldier even getting caught out now, and the Mirana is going to drop. A nice arrow landing onto the Void Spirit. Kit's in trouble, but the Spear is not going to land on anything, and now the RP hit immune. He found 2 targets. Nine and Lund both gone as Leonidas desperately still trying to fight this one out. But I think he will need to back out of there. Though I say that Ducho does move back in with the Spear. Hit immune though, able to skew around as Jubei trying to close the gap is unable to do so. But SKG successfully fighting back. They do eventually get the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, they finally take an objective off the map. They show us what they can do with this blink reveal coming out from Ducho. He gets a fantastic initiation out. Unfortunate that the clump ups do benefit Felt. You've got the synergy with Chain Frost plus RP, which we saw a glimpse of in that engagement. So have to respect that spacing a little bit here from Sand King Gomez, but the side of Felt. Also need to be careful about bleeding out. You've got the Harpoon out in Berna. You can try to make some solo plays now if you wish to attempt it. And he is going for the usual Satanic. So the disassembly, not quite the disassembly actually, but just eventually building onto that self-dispel. As they do start Roche with Fade. Should have output. Fade can just tank, play with the drums. Not too much going on. You know, Mike, I had a wonderful idea for what happens when you roar with Ags. Can you imagine if Phil Collins in the air tonight would play when you that's fun. Never
Finally, you
happens.
said something I enjoy, Jonathan. This is a very, very interesting Twin Gates movement here from SKG. A nice arena. They do catch Soldier, but the roar's out. Lund's gone. Oh, this is not good. This is not a good fight anymore for SKG. Nine's also down. Oh, you go through the Twin Gates like that while Roshan's happening. It's a scary, scary thing to do when you're completely blind.
Just no vision. Why did they scan the Roche now as well? That's interesting. Say the least.
Albino literally waiting for Jubei. Jubei has to cancel.
That was a
very desperate Roshan attempt from SKG.
Yeah, that's really forced. Like, I get you've got your team fight spells, but you're just not ready for these fights. Just not in tip-top shape. I mean, you do have the Witchblade, Falcon Blade up on Lund. Maybe that's where you feel confident that your Mars is just not durable enough to make these plays. You're writing checks you can't cash right now on the side of SKG. At the least, you've got the full Ags up on Leonidas. So now we can see the universal type 40% stat steal across the board. I don't know if it's enough to make a difference, though. It doesn't feel like Leonidas is, big enough to maximize that. But to be fair, it is 40% of every stat. Might just be enough if you find a universal.
It's a lot, but they're just not. The way they're forcing these fights just aren't very, very confident inducing. Like it's not good. Like they need to play a bit more carefully, I think, here, SKG. They're just playing much more confidently, understanding their power spikes. We'll see if it makes a difference. I hope the Ags does for Leonidas' sake. It's just these last couple team fights that we've seen where they throw too many bodies at Phil. You may be the highest net worth in the Morphling, but the rest of your team is struggling quite a lot now when it comes to the net worth department.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They've had to sacrifice just to enable this growth out on Leonidas. Granted, we've seen SKG do this a lot, even in their Div 2 games. They've had games where it's just Leonidas against the world. So we'll see if that's something that happens here. Moonlight out, though.
Here we go. They're underneath Hawk Vision right now. Jabate gonna see the Void Spirit. Kids forced to jump in on the one hero they probably aren't interested in. And Jabate, nice hook shot away. Good cogs, good hook shot. Gets his way out of there. They are still gonna lose the tier 2 mid tower. There's not really too much they can do about it. Or at least pop a glyph, maybe get a deny off on it, but it seems like Feld are gonna stick around and just secure the gold. That they will. I believe they also found both wisdom runes out of that, so Feld's still doing a brilliant job of just taking control of the full map. SKG, maybe it's time to smoke up with your Morphling, but it seems like Leonidas may have made the call that he wants a Satanic first on the Morph before they get going.
Yeah, it's an understandable call. Just wanting some sustain up front, a bit of a reset in the middle of these fights. So I don't mind that too much. It's just that you're losing so much map space. All your outer towers are going to be gone. Felt seeing an opening, just capitalize on it. They will find Albino Zebra in exchange, but do you really care? You've taken all the tier 2s. Like, that's more than worthwhile for a Lich's debt.
It certainly is. 16 to 10 now. 5k net worth still standing. It's still anyone's game, right? Like, Felt is certainly in the lead, but it's not that big of a lead by any stretch. One good team fight, SKG, they'll completely take over this game. Felt, all they need to do is really just not mess up. Which is easier said than done, naturally. They are certainly looking like the stronger team as a whole, as SKG still not looking to group up and force a fight. They are really just going to wait for the Satanic build up on Leonidas. I do appreciate that Hidamune is going for a Lincoln Sphere on the mag, just going for a bit of a defensive build, which it makes enough sense against the draft of SKG. Might even be able to just waste the Morph mid-team fight, which would be amazing. There's nice skewer back here from Hidamune, going to catch himself a Rubik. 9 going to go down. With the new blink up on Hidamune, now you have something else to worry about.
So many angles for them to take here on the side of Felt. Moonlight as well. SKG, you're in a position to try something here, but into the Aegis. Still half a minute left here for kids. More than enough time.
Jump in. What about a toss? It'll bring the Lincolns on Leonidas as... Oh, kids! He found Jabate! Dissimulate, he just goes right into him, completely blind. And now they found Lund. RP is there, but it's not going to be quite good enough, I don't think. Still, Lund is already gone, so it's a decent team fight for Feld. But Leonidas, he will take down the Magnus. He's proving to be the big issue now. Even if they find the bottom racks, can they deal with the Morphling? Well, Leonidas is actually going down due to the Spirit Vessel. And in fact, the answer is yes, they can. They take him out. That's a huge deal now for Feld, as they can turn right back around and keep going to finish off that bottom racks that they already have. The range racks is also gone. Jabate, he will drop. They won't go for a secondary racks, I don't think, but it's a bit of a demoralizing fight for SKG. You lost your racks, but more importantly, you saw your Morphling die like that, and that's not going to make you very happy.
No, certainly not. Feels like you really need some sort of spell immunity coming out here on Leonidas. I get the Dispel off for the Satanic. Again, I've been talking about that for a while, but I think the BKB might just be the better call. Just because the Lich is doing a lot, the Void Spirit's doing a lot. It's not just these BKB piercing spells that are causing issues, but everyone else is on top. Like, you need something here on the side of SKG. Full Lincoln's up as well now, up for Kits. But he's feeling good. He's been having a great game, 6-0-10 on the Void Spirit so far. And with a 10k lead now, 26 minutes in, that is not insignificant. You are matching again on Leonidas, but Ducho, Lund, they don't have much to play with in comparison to all these other cores.
That they do not. That they certainly do not. Felt they are not backing off quite yet. I mean, they're still posturing around the mid lane. Kid's looking to see if he can find a nice jump here. Let's see Ducho. Aether Remnant will land, but they won't have the follow-up arrow to connect. And even then, he was by the tier 3 tower. Probably not very advised to make such an aggressive jump in if you are kids. But he's just kind of reminding them not to leave the base, I suppose. It's Jibay. Yeah, I mean, he will at least maybe get out. No, he won't. Now Hidamune finds another. 9's gone. That feels like a bit of a communication issue between the players, because it didn't seem like anyone else in SKG was ready for that move.
Yeah, that didn't look like it was doing much. I mean, the ward was going to go anywhere. Now high ground again. Another tier 3 down, another Rax under pressure. And SKG, they've got Arena, they've got the Morph ready. They can try something, but ooh.
Kids, he's doing so much damage, forcing out the Arena now as Lund also zips in, but the RP's perfect. Hidamune, he times it perfectly. Leonidas, he's going to try with a skill back into the tier 4 towers, but Hidamune's going to go for the man fight. Still, they've got him pretty low. They've got him. The Magnus is down. Leonidas will make a bit of a comeback this team fight as now they're looking to clean up. They'll try on to Fade. Fade's got the Ags up though. Maybe he can fight back. In fact, Kids, he's still manning up against Leonidas, but now he's dropping low. The Void Spirit, he is going to go down. Fade still trying to go after Leonidas. Is not going to be able to get it done. So one good skill play from Leonidas allows them to win that team fight and protect the mid-racks. Felt the ones to get wiped here, basically. The only survivor being Solji. They are pinging up the Roshan pit. It is 15 seconds away. So SKG might have some perfect timing for Roshan.
It's some great timing coming out from them to take that fight, to recognize this opening. It does cost them a lot of buybacks, which is my one concern. That can catch them off guard. They absolutely need this next Aegis to have some security for the next few minutes here. On the side of Felt, they have pretty short response. I don't think it'll take them too long to actually get into that fight. Roshan taking for SKG. It's quick enough with a Morphling, so perhaps that's not even a concern. We'll see. They're starting to clump around. Up top, Roche number 2 with the cheese. And that does give them a safety net, right? Like, perhaps Aegis here for your Morph, cheese for your Storm, or vice versa. And suddenly there's a lot more HP Falco will need to dig through to punish. Still, they smoke up here.
Roshan's pretty low, though. They're not going to make it in time to contest this, I don't believe, as they are still trying to get there, but it's too late. Still Felt. They might force a surprise team fight. A little bit hard, considering you are lacking some vision now as SKG, and, excuse me, rather as Felt. Kits, though, is going to provide that information now as he makes the jump in onto the supports in the back, finding both of them. Jabay and 9 both going down. Now Ducho, he's been caught out as well. The Mars trying to run out of the arena, but he's gone. So you get the Aegis, you get the cheese, but both the cores that picked up those items, they're just out of the fight. All the other 3 will just die.
It's a big loss for Sand King Gomez. I think the net benefit still maybe outweighs the short-term loss, but I don't know if you have enough in the tank right now to really maximize 2 lives in the Storm. He is still farming off, trying to clear out.
You're going to be wary about that RP. Lund's been caught by it a few times. Nice skill back on Fade, but the roar is immediate. He didn't strength morph. Or did he?
Oh, no.
Maybe he did,
No
but it didn't really seem to matter. And he has no buyback. Wasn't able to cheese because the RP lasted too long. Oh boy.
Megas?
Yeah. Felt, props to them, John. This has been a very clean game from Team Felt. They will go through the backdoor protection. Mega creeps are incoming. SKG, they are known to be a team that does not call GG until the Ancient is basically already dead. So I fully expect them to try one more time. But with 39 seconds on the respawn board here for the Morphling, it's pretty rough to see a good defense to come out. Zip in, Lund, he's going to try, but the gaze was immediate from Albino Zebra. Hidamune, just hitting away, not really afraid of anything right now as the Magnus. Stucho, he will move in as well, but they've lost Lund. That's the Aegis gone. That's the first life at least. But they are buying a little bit of time here for Leonidas as there's 15 seconds left for the Morphling. They'll lose 9. They might find Albino, but no, they catch Lund out again. This sinister gaze proving to be a real problem for the Storm this game. As now they have no Lund, no buyback on 9 either. Smoke out. Leonidas is going to try one last time. Gaze is immediate. He's just gone. GG. It's just a pretty dominant game here from Felt. All the eggs were put in the Morphling Aghanim basket, and well, sadly Leonidas, he just could not put the team on his back this game around.
Yeah, it's just not enough. I think SKG had, again, a draft that could work. We see Ducho. It's so weird because Mars isn't a great hero, but Ducho plays it fairly well. I still feel like you want higher impact from your offlane because, again, the laning presence coming out from Ducho wasn't ideal, and it felt like the execution was off. Like you did mention, maybe there's something going on here because Jube would hook in, literally no follow-up. Again, it's just down to this substitution and the situation that SKG's in. I don't think you'd have that same comms issue with Jan Burr around, but sad reality is he's not here, so you have to find a way.
This fight was really just... Remember this one, John? They just went through the twin gates. It was this was not the fight you wanted. And you can see Felt just completely demolishing SKG in that team fight. As you see the high ground attempts again, a beautiful RP by Hidden Immune, catching the Storm exactly as he zips in. Props to Albino Zebra as well. I got to point out the Lich this game. Like, he did a really good job, Albino. Like, how many times did they try to take this guy out? Jubei got baited a billion times, I feel like, by this Lich. And, you know, there's the gazes as well. Like, always catching Lund, always catching Leonidas. A lot of impact here by our Lich, especially for a POS 5. And as you can see, like, SKG, they had some moments where they were having a pretty good time, but overall, like, Phil, just look at the confidence from kids. Jumps into a full team of 5 with an Aegis cheese, does not give a crap, and they find 3 kills with just no contest from SKG. They just had to run.
Yeah, they just had no easy way of pinning down that Void Spear, trying to get some punishment off. And again, Felt they're looking pretty strong here. SKG maybe just a little bit lost. I'm keen to see what they change for Game 2, because this basically feels like what we saw from the Noun series that SKG had to play in. And that also went through like a 2-0. So I want to see SKG just change their picks for Ducho. Again, he didn't play bad on the Mars. It's just that there's only so much a Mars does. It's not in meta for a good reason. And even a Morphling Ags build, like, I enjoy it. I feel like that was the right play for Leonidas. It just was maybe too little too late here.
Yeah, and we obviously have an MVP to hand out here on the side of Felt, and we're going to give it to Fade this time on the offlane Beastmaster. I think Fade did a pretty damn good job here on the Beast. You know, Fade, he's had a pretty rough run this whole year in terms of his offlane. A lot of negative moments here for the man, but I think his performance on the Beastmaster this game around was really nice. Obviously, the timings on the Ags was very fast as well, which I think you pointed out here in Game 1. Just how quickly the Ags did come out, and he just always finding great raw targets. Just he did a great job as the Beastmaster. It's kind of what you come to expect, but his timing's just proving to be faster than the usual, and he does deserve some MVP, I think.
For sure. I think that was a 15-minute, 42-second Ags timing, if the graph is showing right. So props to him. Not just the fast timing, though. Like, he utilized it well. You know, we heard Speed say, oh, it's good in some circumstances. It looks like Fade knows those circumstances. So keen to see what they will give Fade in the next game. But really, I just want to see SKG do something else. It feels like they've been stuck in a weird rut. And I guess it doesn't help that you're not playing with Jan Burra, who probably was a pretty big voice in that team as your POS 5, like likely your captain role. So I'm curious what they can adapt to in the second game. I don't know if it's not enough time to really switch things up, but maybe we get something different.
Well, John, we are going to switch things up and go to a break. And right after that break, of course, we'll be back with Game 2's draft between Felt and, of course, SKG. We'll see you all again very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our game 2 between SKG and, of course, Felt. It's MLP Dota and John X5. John, Felt taking game 1 in quite dominant fashion, looking very confident and, quite frankly, looking like a much better team than what we've been seeing throughout 2 or 3. And I mean, maybe even throughout the whole year, to be quite frank with you. I mean, they're looking much cleaner, to say the least. What do you think SKG need to change up here for game 2? Because their backs are against the wall now. They're going to be in the danger zone if they get 0-2'd here by Felt. What do they need to change up?
I think the drafting has to change up drastically. I think we've seen Dutro on heroes that just aren't in the meta right now. Like Mars. He's had a lot of games where very, very specific heroes just for him were picked up. Centaur, stuff like that. And it doesn't feel good. I think the bigger issue outside of that, though, is just the communications on Sand King Gomez seem to be in a bit of disarray. Like, Jubei makes one move, no one follows up. It just feels disconnected across the board. Again, you can't fault Jubei. He is stepping in as a stand-in, right?
Yes.
It's normally on board, and you have to remember all of these players. I mean, they're an eclectic mix from North America, not necessarily the United States. So English, I'm sure everyone speaks it, but I'm pretty sure in the comms, when it goes down to it in tense moments, they default to perhaps some Spanish coming out. And if there's a disconnect in that chain, then it's just a little bit rough. So I want to see how they can adapt. I don't think it's enough to adapt between games, but I like this kind of shakeup in the draft already. Sand King Gomez banning out the Magnus, which was causing a lot of issues, along with Adusa. Felt taking out the Batrider, and Doom picking up the Techies. So it does manage to slide through here in this game. And Sand King Gomez going for the Storm Silencer. Now, the Storm Silencer in response to Techies, it makes sense just because Techies doesn't particularly stop a storm. You should be able to dance around here a little bit. And this is something we've seen Lund perform on before. So I don't mind it too much. This is something that he is very comfy with. Silencer as well, just to help you set for the storm. Can get aggressive in lane. Felt actually picked the Void Spirit into the storm, which is intriguing. I mean, Kit's had a really good game, but this is normally one of the Spirit Brother matchups that doesn't feel amazing for most Void Spirits. Storm can just kind of harass you out, play with Overload. You can't block his magical damage with your Resonant Pulse, so the Storm has consistent harassment to drain your HP away. Keen to see what Kits can do, because he's picking it into that hero.
That he is. It's kind of the thing, though. Like, it still seems like Void Spirit is just so strong right now. And you saw Kits' performance. Like, he looked very confident playing that Storm. So I'm not, playing that Void. So I'm not really, even if the lane matchup isn't the best, it just doesn't seem like you really care when you're playing a hero that well. And I think that might just be the mindset of Kit. It's just like, yeah, look, I played the hero that well. I'll probably be able to do it again. Just give me the Void Spirit. Especially considering he just versed the Storm mid anyway. It's kind of just like, it was fine. I'm not concerned about it.
Yeah.
Mind you, he did have help from Solji on the Mirana. Like, there were some really good rotations from Solji prior to the level 6 mark on the Storm, which did allow the Void Spirit to get a nice little lead before they had to leave the laning stage. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, maybe they could repeat it. Maybe some, 1 or 2 support rotations kind of, attract a similar kind of result. Perhaps.
Yeah, I think it did show in the last game, so I suppose it's not too surprising. My next curious thing for Sand King Gomez again is that Ducho hero. What do we get on the offlane? I'm sorry, I'm just completely distracted by Jubei because his eyes are just constantly wide during this draft. Like, last draft wasn't as wide. I just see him, it looks like he's just in total shock sometimes in this draft. I do not know what's going on, but I remember Jan Bura also having a face that didn't look too pleased while the draft goes on, so it's kind of just hilarious. It's carrying over.
All right, it is what it is. Final bans to come here between these two. Felt a bit of a mix. They'll get rid of the Pugna, which is, I guess the Pugna again for the Storm. You always like to talk about mana batteries for the Storm Spirit, so get rid of the Pugna. It's kind of funny because like heroes like Coddle just aren't very good at the moment. So you'd almost rather the enemy team picks Coddle if that's what they want with the Storm. Because the hero just seems, pretty trash at the moment. So final ban here for Sand King Gomez before we can continue. Obviously the Terrorblade was banned out here from Felt, so just not wanting to have to play against that. Very high armor kind of hero to have to try and deal with as a Void Spirit, never fun. SKG. Banning supports right now. They got rid of the Skyrat, they got rid of the SB. It's just trying to focus on what kind of position 4 could come out for Felt. Assuming the Techies isn't playing Pos 4. But we have seen mostly position 5 Techies recently, which it just fits the bill. Like, this hero is so strong at the moment, you don't even need it to run it. You don't need to run it as Pos 4. Like, it doesn't need any items. Its kit is just so strong that you just don't need any items to be impactful as a Techies.
Yeah. Just does a lot with its kit. Like, the kit just gives you nearly everything you'd want. I am a little bit surprised with this pickup here from Sand King Gomez. The IO comes out. Like, that is a battery for the Storm. It's an enabler for the Storm, but you've got a support duo of IO Silencer. There's no control here outside of Global Silence. This is... It's interesting. I think Sand King Gomez could maybe gun for some IO combinations now, I suppose. Monkey King's still in the pool. IO Monkey King's pretty nice. CK, I guess, is there as well. Felt, I mean, they're just going back to the Lich, going back to the Beastmaster. Can't really fault them for this route. They just play again what they did last time. I don't think the IO changes that much for Sand King Gomez. So I am just really curious. I have not seen the IO combinations come out in this tour.
Yeah, it's I'm very curious to see how it works, but I gotta tell you, I'm not a big fan of the support duo SKG's got. Like, Silencer IO seems very passive, to say the least. No stuns, no good stuns at the very least. Like, you've got a Vortex right now, that's your stun. Global Silence, I guess you could somewhat consider it a stun, though it's not. Yeah. SKG, I'd like to see a few stuns come out here. At least one stun, please. Like, one good stun. Because, like, you look at Felt, they've got Aether Remnant, they've got Blast Off, they've got Gaze, they've got the Primal Roar. Like, against the Void Spirit, you need some more disabled than this. Like, I don't think Global Silence is going to be enough against the hero that naturally builds into Manta.
Yeah, it's not the comfiest to just rely on that GS here for Sand King Gomez. They've got to show us something here. Like, there must be a reason outside of just battering up the Storm. Like, you have to have a safe lane, and honestly, to an extent, an off lane in mind that can play with Relocate well.
In SKG, like, the Ducho hero is obviously gonna have to be the big one, I think. We'll see. Like, last game around, they chose him Mars, first phase pick, did not work out. Mars just obviously not a very strong hero in the meta, but maybe Ducho is feeling confident as they're gonna go for a Troll pickup now. So Troll does very well into the Beastmaster, laning wise, but as a hero, I still feel like it's not very good.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, to be fair, it's been picked 8 times in every region across 2 or 3. It's had a 62.5 win rate, so it's winning, but the sample size it makes it kind of useless data again, right? Like, 8 picks. There's a reason why it's not popular. So I'm curious how much they can get out here for Leonidas. This does fit his playbook, though. Like, here that can kind of farm, play semi-aggressively with a couple of items up. And there's nothing to really chop. Now, I say that, but you can easily kite this Troll around with the heroes you have on hand. Remnant, Gaze. It's not the most straightforward for a Troll to just pop his Battle Trance and get something done.
Yeah.
And that does mean they're last picking a Ducho hero, which feels like Felt will just be able to ban any other strong offlanes. Like, they take out the LC, maybe gunning for an illusion-based hero, which Sand King Gomez has no clear solution for anything like that. Say, like the PL, the Naga. I don't think the troll matches them too well, and they also just, again, respect Mandamars. Put Ducho in a bit of an uncomfy spot. And again, it's more wave clear as well. So I think right now Felt could just gun for Illusion Hero. Wind Ranger Slark ban by Sand King Coins. The Wind Ranger is such a bait ban. Like, I don't know why Felt would pick it as safe lane here. But now you can just, again, PL. PL's nice. Naga's nice.
Remaining.
Terrorblade not in the pool, but honestly, Naga could be okay here.
5 seconds remaining.
We'll see what they want, Phil. Need a hero for Hidden Mew.
Drow Ranger.
Okay,
Ooh.
Drow Ranger. I mean, you are still up against an Io that can relocate behind the Drow, and you are up against a Storm, but overall, it does seem like it's going to be a relatively free Drow game. That is obviously based off how we finish off at SKG. They do have the privilege of having that kind of last pick off lane here against the Drow, so
5 seconds.
hopefully Ducho doesn't get, too dominated in the laning stage against this hero. You are up against double slow though, no matter how many ways you look at it. Like, it's either the lich or the techies that's going to support this Drow Ranger. Both of which are very strong, let me tell you, with the Drow. So, SKG, how do they want to respond?
Yeah, what's Ducho pick up? I don't know what's left that can apply pressure to Drow. They go with Tide Hunter. Tide Hunter's Silencer lane? Or Tide Hunter IO lane?
I think the idea for the offlane here for Ducho is just don't die. Just at least get something, because...
Yeah, but...
yeah.
I don't think Tide into Drow is a lane where you can say Tide doesn't die, though. This is... You outrange, you don't get hit by Anchor Smash. Your Frost Arrows are a pretty good slow, and it's something that doesn't care for Kraken, because you can dispel the slow. Then what? He just reapplies it. Drow just reapplies the slow, you get control, you can chase down with Lich. Like, there's a lot of good things here in Felt. I like the tempo you get with Drow Ranger plus Beastmaster. This is a quick push game. If the last game was around 30 minutes, I can see this going 5 minutes less if Felt just play constantly on the aggressive, hit some early farm timings. For Sand King Gomez, you're gonna need farm, man. This is Troll, Tide, Storm. Like, that needs farm. How do you connect your Storm? Who does your Storm connect with? Does he connect with Tide with Ravage every 2 minutes? It's like, that's not enough tempo for the Storm to make space for everyone to farm. I don't know, it doesn't fix the issues I think Sand King Gomez had draft-wise. I would lean Fault here. I think it's scary to play into this push. Mind you, there's a caveat that we said Troll's not picked that much. Drow's only been picked once, I believe, or somewhere around that figure. It's been picked once and it hasn't won across all the regions. So, not been popular in the new patch, but I can see it working. I think the shard is pretty funny. So I want to see that coming out from Burna, but I lean Felt. I think this draft is good. Like, you're relying on jumping the Drow. Sure, you can do that. If you jump the Drow, though, who's going to jump this Void Spirit? Like, what are you going to do about this Beastmaster hanging around with a Roar? There's just no clear answer for any of that.
Yeah, I think the thing is as well with this Troll Warlord, like, there's just so much kiting potential. Like, you've got all the heroes can kite the Troll out. It's the hard part. Like, even both supports, with the amount of slows that they have, and the disable that they offer, the Troll's not going to have the easiest time popping Battle Trance and just kind of going ham. So let's head into game 2. I mean, we can reserve some judgment and see what happens in game number 2 here between Felt and SKG. Again, SKG backs against the wall right now. They do need this victory to force to a game 3. Felt, if they can win this game, they have won their first series of 2 or 3, and that automatically gives them a much, much better chance of not getting relegated. Just that one win can do it for you.
Yeah. Just drags them out.
Early 5v5 perhaps. Solji getting caught, not in a position he wants to be in. Will blast off away, but the Arcane Curse is still going. Albino Zebra now dropping pretty darn low. Is not going to get hit by the axes. He will survive. Hidden Mew now the one in danger, but Ducho's falling quite low himself, and he's gone. Oh, and they could really clean up now. Fade, he's been stacking up the axes. Get out of there, boys. Oh, Hidden Mew. No, he's going to go down. Kit's now the one in danger. has the Resonant Pulse, will commit it, is still going to drop. Lund now dropping low. Fate has stick charges. He's
this?
going to make it out. But what a mess it's been at this bottom lane. As it seems like that's going to be it. I think SKG actually may have come out on top, but now the blast off. Solji, I think he wanted Jabay. He's not going to connect though. Jabay's fine. So it's definitely in the favor of SKG, this team fight, as they found a 2-for-4 trade. But First Blood does go in favor of Felt.
Yeah, it is in favor of SKG. I don't think Felt's hurting too bad, to be fair. That is pretty painful, but you do get some resets. At the least, you go back into lane with refreshed for a lot of your heroes. You don't get too many bounties yourself. I believe that's a 2-for-1 or a 3-for-1. 2-for-1. No, 3-for-1 with one. A 3-for-nothing actually with one deny. So you don't find anything there for Felt either. So we can take a look at how these lanes break out. Again, what an insane set of fights over the First Blood. But Sand King Gomez find themselves ahead, taking a gander at that mid here. Lund on the Storm once more. Kits on the Void Spirit. We've seen Kits in this lane before. I do expect Kits to still maintain that performance. I don't think he's going to be shoved out. And he should still be able to get aggressive onto the Storm. Mind you, again, there are Storms that can play this matchup really well, but I don't think we've seen that yet from Lund. Who knows? Maybe he's adjusted in this game. You can learn a lot, at least in specific hero matchups. If they repeat game to game, you have stuff to pick up on. So that is one thing I'd like to see here from Lund.
I think at least the rotation potential isn't quite as high, right? Because last time Soldier had Mirana, you land a nice arrow during the nighttime. It's quite hard, but to get away from that. But I mean, you can still make plays with the blast off into the sticky bomb prior to level 6, mind you, against the Storm. So we could see that. We'll have to wait and see. So you are looking at top lane now, where Solji and Fader once again up against Leonidas and Jabay. See, Leonidas, he just wants to farm. Jabay can't really offer much in the way of helping him get any kills here. It's all about just winning the lane and trying to escalate to that Battle Fury timing that you're probably going to be looking for as Troll.
Just farm fast. Gonna be probably our more passive lane up top. Don't see either side kind of dropping all too low. Once Fade gets some levels up, he can start to apply some harass back himself. So, not going to be the most exciting one. Down bot is where maybe that excitement comes in. Both Ducho and Berna start to drop a little bit low. The spam from 9 is pretty significant. Again, he had a triple kill lined up for himself, so early boots means that he can dip in and out of this lane to apply that spell usage onto Berna. Ducho, for his part, it's not the worst start. He is actually not doing too bad, especially when compared to some of the other heroes like, say, Kit's Void Spirit. So you're just kind of farming up. Again, you want to hit your level spikes. Level 3 is when maybe the Tide Hunter can start to threaten more, depending on what skill build we see. So already a bit of a better foundation coming out for the side of Sand King Gomez this game in comparison to game 1. Like that mess of First Bloods does pay off in favor quite massively.
Did too far here on the Lich. Is still trying to fight, but ultimately understands he is just dead. Still does get the blood grenade off before he does go down. But Ducho proving to be tanky enough, even with just the brace on Ring of Protection, with a casual gauntlet. Still too tanky for the Drow to deal with. And Ducho, he hasn't even got points in Kraken Shoal yet. So once you've got at least 1 point in that, I'd say the laning stage is going to be fairly stable for Ducho.
Can just be left alone as well if 9 sees an opportunity for the rotation, and he will head down to help secure a water rune. So again, just much stronger lanes coming out, at least much more stable lanes overall. You're not giving opportunities out to the side of Felt for their part. I mean, they just kind of need levels. I think that's the one thing with them. Like you say, you hit level 5, you can get aggressive. You hit level 6, that's when you can start to clump around for these push plays. And I feel like that's where Felt has to lean after giving all of those kills out. You have to just understand his timing to take objectives and take control of the map from there.
They do it. Pretty passive across most lanes here. Felt are the ones that need to try for the kills, I think, because SKG certainly don't have the lanes that are going to be looking for kills this game, at least during the laning stage. Like, you look at the side lanes, like SKG, they have a Tide on one side, who's probably going to end up maybe building the Vanguard build up. And then you've got top lane where you've got an IO, though mind you, Jubei has kind of left the lane, but he's still hanging around. So Leonidas theoretically shouldn't be in danger either, as long as Jubei's around. It's pretty hard to kill him.
Yeah. Should be able to just give that space they need to get that farm flowing. Of course, they are also not doing much to stop Fade. And he has his Vanguard up, so he's set to have that great timing once more if he's uncontested on the Beastmaster. I don't know if this is, again, a good Ags game, but we've seen him just kind of pick up the Ags anyway on Fade. And I think it can do pretty nicely into this lineup where you might want a little bit more sustain on at least one front line. You know, maximize that Frost Shield when it's up. So, keen to see how the adjustment is done by Fade. And what he does go for. Arcane Boot's the only thing queued up for now. Again, outside of that excitement on the First Blood, we have slowed down a bit. Though Kits does have 6, he's starting to poke Lund pretty bad.
Oh, Lund, he is dead. Lund hit level 6 as Kits made the jump in, but he was already caught by the Aether Remnant.
Ooh.
And immediately tips out against Lund. Felt have not been too shy in tipping this series so far, as Solji's jumped in on Jubei, but Jubei had the shield rune going, so really took just no damage from the initial blast off, and eventually will just tether back towards the creep wave top lane. So he's going to make it out. Pretty lucky with the rune though, being a shield rune, so he just took 0 damage. Perhaps if the damage was there initially, you may have had a kill, but not quite there here for Solji. Oh, Lund? I mean, Albino's here, but Lund is level 6, so I highly doubt they can kill him. Again.
It looked a little bit optimistic to run up there. You're in a good position now on SKG to actually grab these Wisdom Runes out of the side of Felt. No contestation coming out from Felt early on. Instead, just looking for these massive stacks.
Oof.
Outrageous stacks. Doesn't stack up more, but that's outrageous, Mike.
Yeah, it's a lot of stacks. But that Radiant Triangle going to be very tasty for Fade. This is the thing though, like every time you see a Beastmaster, you know this is happening. It's just a matter of, do you have the style of draft and do you have the farm where you can contest? Like right now with the supports that SKG have, I'd say the answer is truthfully just no. They can't contest this, but we'll see. Maybe Lund could get it done. And speaking of Lund, he was getting jumped by Kits. 9 was there to make sure he does remain protected. But you get my point, going back to the stacks ordeal, like Fade's just going to take all these stacks away, probably rush an Aghanim Scepter again, because why the hell not? And it just doesn't feel like SKG necessarily has an answer unless Ducho feels like he can kind of move to that area, you know, abuse the fact that he has Ravage and Anchor Smash. Albino Zebra in the meantime gets zipped on. Lund does have a double damage, so it looks like he is going to try for the kill onto the Lich and should really have no problems getting it. Lund will take his first kill of the game here on the Storm. And a nice one at that. Very easy with a double damage rune.
Yeah. You don't mind finding that Lich for that rune usage. And you kind of want to snowball a little bit faster on Lund. Already has the Falcon Blade, so that's a start. That kill should accelerate him to his Witchblade as well, though Power Tread is being queued up first. I do feel like finding that kill in the Silencers maybe a little bit bigger. 9 did have a big streak on him. So Kit shouldn't mind, although.
We'll jump in. Vortex is actually not skilled up here by Lund. So there's no points in Vortex, which makes it quite literally impossible to kill this Void Spirit without Global Silence up. Lund just going for the more farmy style of build. They are going to smoke up. Again, without Vortex, it might prove to be challenging, but they're trying to intervene and not let Fade take these stacks for free. Albino Zebra is going to block the way. Kid's moving in as well. This could be a really bad team fight. If you are SKG, Jubei's trying to help out Lund, but he's still trapped up. So forced. So forced. And now Jubei, I mean, there is an Aether Remnant for Kits. No step charges. If Albino can hit a Frost Blast, maybe you could get the kill, but Jubei's fine. still, you give away that many kills. Stacks are still there waiting for Fade when he wants to go back to the Ancients. Bottom lane, Hidden Mune trying to go through the Twin Gates is fine. Fun fact, by the way, John, you can get rooted and still go through Twin Gates.
Yeah, that's a weird one. I know that happens because we've seen Underlord situations on those Twin Gates. It's kind of funky, but I guess if you're right next to the gate, I guess lore-wise it makes sense. I know, it seems logical. You're just next to the damn thing. Surely you can just rip your feet off.
Lun's trying to go on kits. Simulate to the high ground. Has a step charge. Moonlight, well, rather just an Invis rune was popped. There's no Moonlight Shadow this game, obviously. There's no Mirana.
No.
It's because he had the Arcane Curse on top of his head, John. That's why. All right, my eyes are bad.
No. The Invis rune is now the Moonlight rune. You've done it.
Oh, Solji jumped in on his own here. I mean, he's kind of doing it. Leonidas is quite low. Kids might be able to snipe him. Leonidas, he's gone.
Oh.
Beautiful setup by Solji. Global Silence was popped, but I don't think that's going to save Ducho here unless they lose vision. But Fade's got to roar up. He'll just commit it immediately. Kraken level 2, not doing anything here as Jabay tries to save, cannot do so. Not even level 6 yet, is going to go down. Oh, they are really falling apart here, SKG. This is not the start they were hoping for here for game 2.
No, definitely not. Again, they have an amazing start in those first blood trades. It kind of slows down in the lane, and now Felt are in a position where, you know, they've got stuff they can play with. They've got levels up. They've got initial farm being built up. We're seeing Nat Ags once more for Fade on the Beastmaster as a priority. Burna, he's gonna take the Ancients. Multi-shot and cooldown for a bit. He does have the Techie's Minds to help the cause. That should simplify it and give a little bit back to Solji as well. Back quite a fair bit to Solji. Not quite the good stuff coming in yet for Burna. 9-7, 1k lead still stands for Felt, so not a massive difference yet, but you take a look at that the net worth chart here, Mike, between our cores. Leonidas is number 1, and that's probably the only reason why the lead from Felt isn't that big. Everyone else is at least 1k behind. It's rough going, especially for an IU draft. Like, it does feel like this kind of draft can farm really fast. At the same time, you want to maximize the mana battery you have on the Storm. You want to try to play with relocates. It's just hard to get any of that when there's a Beastmaster with Hawks. If he spots you relocate across the map, then chances are you get disengaged, or you just don't really achieve anything when you do go across the map.
It's kind of the thing. Like, we saw this in game 1 as well. Like, Leonidas, yeah, he might be out-farming everyone else, but is it going to make the difference? Because last game around, like, he was playing Morphling and he out-farmed everyone, but it just, in the end, it did not prove to be enough. This game around on the Troll Warlord, I have much less faith in this hero carrying against five farmed heroes on Feld. Like, yeah, Leonidas is doing he is doing his job. Just the rest of his team, they've got to keep up. Like, you can't have this Storm Tide fall this far behind. Not with a support duo like this.
No, they need something to play with. It's got to be, both these cores almost feels like need to work together to get these fights going for the side of SKG. They're applying consistent pressure on the mid, so they might be able to find this objective, but even that's not going as fast as they'd want, especially without the creep wave. Fade only one part away now from that full Ags up, Mike. So the drums will make their appearance once more. Some funky beats to come out here for Fade. How do the drums damage people? Is it just bad drum playing or loud drum playing? What do you reckon?
Either one, I think, works quite effectively here. I mean, it's probably more the volume, if anything. It's like, you know, he literally does roar at you and stuns you, John. So I imagine it's volume. Can't imagine
it's like
Beastmaster's that scary.
True. I feel like the implications of Beastmaster lore-wise is kind of silly. Like, he yells at you loud enough that you're just stunned. He plays the drum so loud or badly that it hurts you physically.
Yeah.
This guy's a little bit strange for a guy who loves animals or has animals on hand.
That's true. That is very true, Jonathan. You are
You
a fan of
reckon-
this drum, so I guess you're
I
you're
am,
kind of
I
just as
am.
weird.
Yeah, I am a fan of the drums, even pre-rework. It's fun. Does that mean the rest of the Dota band has to be bad? Are we looking for just bad musicians in our Dota band?
Leonidas dropping pretty low, gonna be just fine.
A bauble from the void.
Against the Drow as well, like Troll feels like the kind of hero that needs a lot more farm than a Drow does, even if the Drow hasn't been proving to be very popular. I think Drow just does a lot more work with less net worth than say a Troll Warlord.
Yeah, certainly does. I don't think you feel too bad as the Drow as well at farm parity. As you mentioned, it does feel like Troll needs to lead. There's our Ags up now on Fade. So the drums are out.
Hits. He's been locked down pretty long. They committed the Ravage to make sure they secure that kill, but that is a very important kill to secure here for SKG. Very happy with that one.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
The issue is they lose their mid in exchange. Granted, nowadays, not the biggest tower in the world. It does feel like side lanes are a little bit bigger, but still getting a little bit more control on the map for the side of Felt. The build up here for Leonidas as well, the full Sanjin Yasha coming through. Which, again, is a little bit of a rarity, but in this circumstance makes a lot of sense. Especially to protect from the war here. So it's not going to be as easy to try and scout around or kite around Leonidas with that additional stat resist on hand. And for the side of Felt, I mean, they are kind of taking it slow. They will smoke up now. This is pretty good timing. Although all your ults outside Ravage is up. Battle Trance is still ready for 9 if they kind of run into him. And they will, but not the target you want.
Then rotating. Ducho. Oh, he might reveal himself. Soldier gonna find him. Blink away. Kits is there as well. Steve warding at the moment. Ducho eventually getting caught. Blast off actually not gonna last very long, but I don't even know if it actually hit, but it won't matter. They secure their kill. Kits will take it. SKG, they were trying to make their way up, but I think without the Ravage up, you can't really hope to fight. Problem is now Roshan's going to be taken here by Felt. And it's not going to be too long of a process here.
Oh, it's going to be a fairly quick one with the output you have on Burna. So not going to be a massive issue for Felt to just find this. The side of Sand King Gomez, I mean, they just don't have vision on any of the Roche pits. It looks like they don't even have vision at all. It does feel like Felt's managed to get a good grip as to where these usual award spots for the side of Sand King Gomez tend to come out. So not going to be able to look for your own punishment game here while they try to group off of busyness there. But Sand King Gomez will go for a smoke. Ravage is off cooldown with that blink on Ducho.
Coin for me.
Bot lane is where they'll go. Fade. He's got those quick timings again on the Beastmaster. I mean, we saw the Ags quite a bit ago. The smoke from top lane just hasn't amounted to anything.
No.
And now maybe a counter smoke to come. They do smoke up as 4, heading down towards the bottom lane to meet up with Fade on the Beastmaster. They can start pressuring the tier 1 tower, but they also seem to be very well aware that Leonidas might be hanging around this area. Seeing if maybe they can bait Leonidas into defending the tier 1. Maybe they just start diving into that ancient area on the right side of the map, but big group up now for SKG. They do have the Ravage. Kits has already jumped in though. This Tide starting to fall quite low himself. Did have the Kraken Shell purge the silence, but didn't matter. There was no opening for the Ravage. His team already backed off.
Bottom tower is under attack.
So now the tier 1 bottom tower is gone. And if you're feeling really spicy, you could spend some time to go after the tier 2 bottom, but they want to go for the fight mid lane. They see Leonidas, hit immune immediately out with the silence. Kits will come in from the side. You do have Jubei around to try and keep him alive. He might need to relocate immediately though as Leonidas. He goes for the battle trance. And I think he needed to get out. Even if you found kids there, there was no good option. Jabay just goes for the safer route, gets him out of there.
Yeah. Just bail out the big core, sacrifice yourself. Classic IO play. Felt. I mean,
Dire's middle tower is under
they're not able to lock in the big heroes right now, but again, they've still got this threat. War is still ready. They can just push these objectives,
Radiant's top tower
just like what we talked about from the draft. I mean, it's Beastmaster Drow. It's a hyper-pushing draft.
Ravage is out. They have caught the Drow Ranger. Hitimmune is still casually running as a big blast off is there from Soldier. Hitimmune is eventually going to go down though. Felt finally getting punished a little bit. Mind you, Kid still has the Aegis up, so he might just jump right back in onto Leonidas, who has no battle trance, and there's no relocate. In fact, Jabay, he's tethered to the Lund right now. He can't help out Leonidas. They're still going to try and jump in and fight, but Leonidas is gone. Leonidas is down. Fade going in for more now. We'll find a silencer. Sure, you found Albino Zebra, but what's it going to cost you? Because they are falling rather quickly. Lund, still just walking, will eventually zip out. In the meantime, Soldier got left alone here with Ducho. So Ducho does find himself a kill.
Dire's middle tower is under
Overall, SKG, I think getting the better end of that team fight, finding a 2-for-3 trade. But my oh my, it looked like it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, it's not the cleanest, but he'll take it on the side of Sand King Gomez. He put a stall on that timing that Felt want to achieve with his early Aegis. And just slows down the game, gives them some time to try to catch up, gives them some time to try building up, although...
Oh! Whoopsie daisies. So Hitimmune misclicked an Ancient there, I think, instead of hitting the IO, and... Oh, that's a missed opportunity, as now Kits is in danger. He got a silencer kill, but he's out of Astral Steps. Still has the Aegis. So we'll have time to probably get the charges he requires. But I think SKG pretty happy with the fact that they've taken down the Aegis now. Even if it only had a minute left before expiry, at least you know it's now gone.
Yeah. It's not the biggest loss. I mean, it was close to being gone anyway, but could provide an opening for Sand King Gomez, although Ravage is still down for a little bit longer, so your big team fight controls not quite there. Even though the global silence is up, it does feel like Ravage is still going to be necessary for these angles from Sand King Gomez. Let's slowly try to chip away at the tier 2. Fortify is popped. We'll refresh this first tier 2 that they'll try to commit on if they fully commit. It does look like Felt have decided to err on the side of caution now, as last few fights have been a little bit awkward. Smoke out from SKG.
Have the Ravage to... Oh, now they don't. It only hit on the techies. Soldier's perfectly fine in the tree line. Gets the blast off. So Leonidas, he's the one that's been caught out. He'll eventually BKB, and he'll go for the fight because he does have the battle trance, but he's taking a bit too much damage. Leonidas, when do you pop the ulti? He'll go for it now on Hitimmune. He'll try to man up. The Hurricane Pike is there. The Troll Warlord is just getting kited around. Oh, it's just tough to watch. 3 down for the price of 1 Lich.
Dire's top tower is under
That was a Ravage. I don't know if he was trying to blink and he got cancelled, but it literally only hit Solji. And he didn't even die.
That's not even the target you really want to Ravage. I get it, it's techies, you know, it gets you mad, but nah, it's not. And maybe the blink did get cancelled, perhaps there's a little bit of a right click coming out. It opens up this high ground though. Like that massive mistake just leads to the evaporation of at least one lane. They can't gun for more. So there are still tier 2s running, but it leads to this lead. It leads to a massive advantage. For the side of Felt, 8k, 9k up off the back of that. Sign to pull back is given by Kits, and they will just go and reset. There's just no punishment. Sand King Gomez. It's looking a bit rough. They will have Ravage in a minute. They decide to dip out and force a fight. Tormentor will just be taken by the side of Felt. And that Lich Shard, man, the Ice Spire, just leads to more juicy Chain Frost that can come out here. It's scary. Like the team fight is again where Felt's draft shines, and in comparison, Sand King Gomez just, it doesn't have that much control. And you're not at the point where your troll is just insane.
The Ice Spire is kind of annoying as well. Like, just the movement slow. 30% movement slow in an AoE. Like, it's... Even if you don't Chain Frost, it's just so annoying that you have to deal with this target. Which can be healed up as well with the Frost Shield. It's just a funny shot, to say the least. But, you know, in the right hands, it can be very, very impactful. You know, outside of the whole solo Chain Frost potential. So, Felt 12k advantage, back the way out. Very big net worth lead. No need to rush this game. Casually forgetting to perhaps take the outpost there on the Dire side, but Albino Zebra looks like he's got the memo. We'll take
it for the team. They've got a nice forward TP point here on the side of Felt. And all that's left is to clear out the last tier 2 tower. So they'll head up top. Full defusal now up on Kits. Even more output on our Void Spirit. The side of SKG, I mean, they're just trying to get what they can. Basher timing is going to be big for Leonidas. If you can get that up and running, the chain stuns can start to stack up. Tier 2 top, again, just being cleared. Beastmaster plus Drow, doesn't take too long. Honestly, it feels like a turbo game tower.
Jump in, Ravage is out. He's caught quite a few targets with this one. This is a great Ravage, but where's the damage output? Where's the follow-up? It's just not coming in. Soldier's there with the blast off. Oh, and Leonidas forced the BKB again, but he is down. Never popping the ulti. GG, he's had enough.
Yeah.
I don't blame him. I do not blame him. It's just... You saw it from the draft stage. It was a bit of a mess.
It was a bit of a mess for Felt going into this draft once more. I know, like, IO... I get it. IO Storm, it's a battery. They go for Troll, which I guess is an IO hero, but I feel like if you were going to go IO Storm, then should you have gone maybe a CK? I feel like at least it's an illusion hero. You can use Phantasm to farm. Maybe you get going that way. It's a little bit more control as well with the stuns and the pullback, but not quite. It looked like SKG could have converted this game, right? Because there was overcommitment from Felt for the first blood. There was a rundown. You found a lot of kills. And that could have led to you maybe getting a little bit more out of your lanes. Granted, a lot of those kills did go to the silencer on 9. But even then, like, I don't know, SKG it's been rough. Like, this is a very different look from SKG that we've seen from, even in their Div 2 run. They look more cohesive. And it's not Jubei. I'm not blaming him for standing in. I'm saying even in their past performances with their full actual roster, these same issues have persisted for this stack. They look a little bit lost, Mike.
They do. I mean, it's rather sad to see what's happened to this stack. Like, they were off to such a brilliant start, and you know, such high hopes from these boys, but hasn't really panned out. Now losing up against Felt, like, you know, again, no offense to Felt, but this was probably the easiest matchup they had here, SKG, and it has not panned out in their favor. Now, I mean, their next matchup against TSM, you know, that's going to be pretty tough. TSM not looking to lose any more games, obviously. Obviously one of the best teams in NA right now. So SKG looking like relegation is highly likely, which is really sad to say. Though it's not guaranteed yet, because you still have other teams like Felt and Bait that are basically tied up with them now. Regardless of that, though, we can have a look at the standings later, because we do have to award an MVP. And I believe we are giving the MVP over to Mr. Kits and the Void Spirit. And I mean, this guy, like, throughout the whole series, he's just been so consistently good on the Void Spirit. Really popping off and just carrying the team. It felt like even if Hidden just never took off as the carry in either game, he would have just done it for him. So props to Kits, doing a fantastic job. And he will be awarded the MVP for game number 2. And props to Felt, Jonathan. That's the first series win of 2 or 3 for Felt. And suddenly, relegation isn't as guaranteed as it once was, because now they're tied up with a couple of other teams.
Yeah, there's a chance for them to stay in this division if they rally up. I think one other win would basically take them out of the danger zone for the most part. And there are certain results that can still happen that might force some ties. Let's say Sand King Gomez. If they somehow beat TSM, that's one way where 2 wins is not safe. But that's a little bit of a tall order. But for Sand King Gomez, that's the reality. They've got to find something like that, because it looks like right now, if two teams get one win each and the two other teams don't get a win, then the bottom two is pretty clearly defined. So
Yeah.
have to hope for the best for Sand King Gomez. Again, it's been topsy-turvy, but props to Felt for finally rallying up. They've had a really slow start in the DPC, and we're seeing some of that form kick in. So keen to see whether or not it maintains. I think it's been just, it's a rough tour. It's like seeing a team like that get their first win is always important. Like, say, Southeast Asia had the same thing with Boom. So it's always good for these teams. And it's just a matter now of maintaining what's good and continuously improving, because there's always room for improvement.
There is always room for improvement. And Thought have certainly improved. And John, I mean, you're talking about the tiebreaker potential as well. Like I said earlier, like Felt's next matchup is Alpha, and then after that it's Bait. So these are two other teams that are struggling right now. And Felt, I mean, basically one more series win would kind of save them here. Is we do have an interview with Albino Zebra himself, so we'll head over to the man himself and see what he has to say. Mr. Albino Zebra, congratulations on your 2-0 victory, sir. How the hell are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Doing great right now. Thank you.
Talk to me about it. Like, you guys in this series look fantastic. I was saying to John, you guys look so clean. The gameplay was all together. What changed over 2 or 3? Because this series looked amazing compared to the previous games you guys have had.
Well, I mean, the biggest reason we look better is probably just our opponents. No shade towards them. They're working hard and I respect it. But, they're not Nouns and TSM and Shopify. And I think that, in my opinion, DogChamp is probably the next one up there. So it makes us look a little bit better that we're not getting crushed by RTZ and stuff like that. But I think that we've also taken these hard series first, watched the replays together and come up with our ideas, solidify them a bit more. And we've had more time to learn the patch. So I think overall we are a much stronger team now than we were a couple weeks ago.
Absolutely. Let me ask you as well, like you mentioned that you had to play up against the hardest teams, which you certainly did, had to play up against the hardest teams in NA for the first couple of weeks. How do you keep the mentality like positive for your team? Like, is there anyone that kind of speaks up and keeps everyone happy? Like, because I imagine it must be somewhat depressing to just have those kind of back-to-back losses. What do you guys do to keep the mentality like in good spirits?
I think that thankfully we don't struggle that much with that on this team. I think that it's, it affects everyone to some extent, but overall we're pretty good at keeping the mentality up just in general. I think we're very positive people, and we just don't see a point in sort of moping over our misfortunes. But I think that if anyone, keeps the mentality up, I mean, I would say that it's something that I look towards a lot. I think that it's very important to me, just for the teams that I want to play on, to have a good environment. So I try and do my fair share, or more than my fair share, of keeping everything happy. But I also think that part of it for this season is just being practical. It's not very hard to keep the mentality up when we just look at it and say, like, guys, we played now in Shopify and TSM. We're not expected to take a game. We can and we should try. But if we don't, it's not the end of the world. We're just going to take these opportunities to learn.
Well, no, that's a good answer. Talk to me though about these teams, right? Like, obviously you've mentioned there's a big difference between you guys on Felt and the top teams in NA right now, being Shopify, TSM, Nouns. Well, what do you think you guys need to do to bridge the gap between yourselves and the big dogs in NA?
I think the number one thing for us is probably just consistency, because we did have, a pretty unlikely upset win against Nouns last season, which I think proved to us that we can do it. But we still have these times where sometimes these, good players will just crush us in lane, or we'll have these mistakes that we really shouldn't be making, that we've made before, or that are just sort of below our level. Some chaotic stuff happening on the map, people aren't on the same page. So I think that just overall getting more consistent, and then, especially with the new patch, coming up with strong ideas that we believe in, and being able to execute them well. It's keeping us from tier 1.
Fair enough. Beautiful. Go on, John.
All right, Albino Zebra, I'm curious. How do you feel like the patch has treated you guys as a team? Like, is this a patch that you guys feel comfier on? Does it suit your playstyle more, or have you guys had to adapt a little bit more, change up what you guys want to do in the game?
I don't know how the rest of my team feels. I think it's been pretty good for Kits, but Kits was having a pretty good last patch as well. For me, I like it. I just like that there's a big change. I remember when I was a kid playing this game, and there would be these huge changes much more frequently, and then you would, open up these patch notes and see everything was different, and you would spend months just testing things in unranked with your friends. And I really think that that's great that we're hopefully going back towards something close to that direction. I think it's very healthy for the game. But the specific content of this patch, for me, I think that it's been a little bit rough. I've lost, a lot of MMR. I'm slowly gaining it back. But, it is what it is. I felt like I had a very good understanding of last patch, but I suppose that maybe everyone did after so many years. So I'm just figuring things out.
It does happen. It does happen. We do get glue codes sometimes. Now I'm curious, out of your remaining patches here in our tour, is there any particular matchup that you feel a little bit more excited? Granted, you've played up against all the big teams. Is there anything left that you're looking forward to here in the end of the tour?
So out of the ones we have left, I would say that the one I'm most excited about, I guess, would be Bait, because in the previous season, and especially in tiebreakers, they put up a really good fight. I think that they're probably the stronger team of the two that are left, and I've played with Stomanen before. I like him, so it's always fun to play up against someone like that. It's all friendly competition. So I would say I'm more excited for that one. But overall, I'm just happy to be playing. I guess I'm happy to be, going into a day not feeling like I'm going to lose from this point forward.
That's fair. It's been a little bit rough, but you guys held that fortitude together. You mentioned that you're the one doing a little bit of that reeling in the emotions here. How do you do that? Like, what kind of a good vibe spiel do you give the guys after that rough first 2 weeks?
Well, I think that for one thing, I'm just sort of a clown in the team. I'm always just singing in the drafts or being crazy and just creating chaos, making people laugh. I try my best, but for the last season in particular, I remember that I felt like I did a really good job keeping the morale up because we had a very similar start, and also the team was new, and we had some trouble at the beginning to work through. And I think that the best thing that I did there was just make everyone understand, the other perspective, the mentalities of our opponents. We were up against Wildcard and 5-Rat, and they had seasons like ours, and I told them, like, they don't have the environment we have. They're way sadder than we are. They're probably yelling at each other and blaming each other, and they feel like they shouldn't be losing to these guys. For us, we went into the season with the mentality where we're going to try our best, try and stay in the division, and improve quickly as a team, and just take what comes. And I think that when we went head to head, it was pretty beneficial for us.
That's great to hear, and it's props to you, man. It looks to work. This is probably one of the hardest jobs from what I've seen from a lot of teams. So great work, Albino Zebra. Really nice to see.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Albino, we'll leave it at that. Thank you so much for joining us again. Congratulations on your tour victory, and hopefully we'll be talking with you again very, very soon after your next series.
Sounds good. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. I gotta tell you, like, everyone talks about NA being toxic and this and that. These guys, like, that talk to us, they seem great. These guys seem like great guys, always so friendly, well-spoken. I like that, Jonathan. And they've got a lot to say as well. I've got to say, NA Div 1 recently, all the interviews, people are talking. I like that. It's good news. Hello again. Bye-bye again, Albino. I mean, I don't like the guy that much, Fischio. Leaderboard is up, of course, now. It's Shopify Rebellion. They are still tied for first place at the moment. Dogchamp is there in third place, of course. Fantastic so far for Dogchamp, John. They've moved above TSM. Alpha, Felt, Bait, SKG, all in the bottom four. Obviously, it has mixed up a bit now. Bait and SKG, clearly the bottom two in the elimination zone. Alpha and Felt looking somewhat safe for now, but there's still plenty of games to go this week. Jonathan, I think the bigger news is TSM is now fourth place. Now, props to TSM. They do have one more series against SKG, which I think it is pretty safe to assume they should win against SKG based off what we just saw. But Dogchamp, they also have one more series against Shopify, which you would assume Shopify should win. But I don't know, John. I mean, Dogchamp, they've been looking good.
Yeah, they've been looking good, but let's face it. I'll be very real here, Mike. This is in Southeast Asia where the number one team loses randomly. NA has consistency in their top two, in their top three almost. So that is one thing NA has shining for it. So I don't think that'll happen, but who knows? I'd love to see Dogchamp take a W, but it's just not likely. Being realistic,
I mean,
Mike, as we see our
yeah, let's be realistic about the schedule here, John. Alpha vs. Feld coming up in our first matchup, but more importantly, Jonathan, and obviously Alpha vs. Feld is an important matchup because all the teams are fighting from the bottom four to not be relegated, but the big matchup, Shopify Rebellion up against Now, that will be the deciding match as to who is the best team in North America for 2 or 3. Now, both these teams have basically qualified to the major. It's not guaranteed, but unless Nouns somehow lose to Alpha after perhaps potentially losing to Shopify, there's no way they don't make it to the major, these two, right? But John, it's the pride of being the best team in NA. You know, there's a certain pride that comes with that. I think Shopify believe they already are in that first position. And I know for a fact Nouns want to take that position off them before TI. It's a huge morale boost. And the points as well, right? To qualify to TI, it's a big deal right now.
It is. I think the ideal now for NA with TSM sort of out of the picture for Bali, and unless very specific circumstances happen, the ideal for NA is Nouns places first for more points, and then Nouns does some ridiculous run at Bali, let's say first. And then you get potentially Shopify Rebellion and Nouns in TI. That's the ideal. Will that happen? Never say never, but the probability is low. I honestly don't think so, but I'd like to believe, Mike. And I did want to make one point. Did you in Albino Zebra's interview? Did you hear what he says to cheer people up, singing during the draft, saying random stuff? He is a man after my own spirit.
Right.
Except I think probably less than sane.
I think we're going to leave it at that, John. I've had enough of your antics. Obviously, you've heard the prediction from John X Fire. Nouns comes first in NA, and then they come first in the major. You heard it here first. John X Fire's major prediction. That is it here for today for NA Div 1. We'll be back in a couple days for those hype matchups coming up. But till then, it is MLP Dodo and John X Fire. We'll catch you all again next time. Bye-bye.